afar and remotely help each other achieve its vision, mission, goals, and objectives, and at the same time, take the opportunity to grow and learn from each other. Many thanks to the internet for making this possible for all of us. Welcome to the International Webinar on Technology Transfer and Management, Inbound Outbound Strategies, sponsored by DIT students under the DIT 615A Industrial Technology Seminar subject of the ISAT College of Industrial Technology, Doctor of Industrial Technology Advanced Education Program. I am sending my warm afternoon greetings to Dr. Raul F. Moyong, the President of Iloilo Science and Technology University. Dr. Nemia H. Mabakyao, Vice President for External Affairs, Dr. Corazon C. Corbal, Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Gabriel M. Salestri Jr., Vice President for Administration and Finance, Dr. Carmelo V. Ambot, Vice President for Research and Extension, Dr. Rene L. Celda, Dean of the College of Industrial Technology, other deans who are present today, ISAT campus administrators also who are in attendance, Dr. Junifer Badoles, Director National and International Affairs, Dr. Domenico Sergio Valenciana, Coordinator of MIT DIT class, speakers, DIT and MIT students, guests, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Before we start our today's program, allow me to remind you of our online rules and etiquette. Mute your microphones during the session. Your video must be open on most of the time unless your internet connection is intermittent. Listen to the discussion, stay, learn, and enjoy till the end of its talk. Kindly change your Zoom name on the format, your company, and your name. So, we are all set now. To formally start our today's Zoom event, let us have the prayer on record. It will be followed by the Philippine National Anthem and the ISAT hymn.
Dear God, thank you for the opportunity to meet together. Please help us to come together to make this institution reflect your kingdom. Breathe life into our ideas and decisions. Help us build a team that has love and respect at its heart. Give us the strength to continue working for your kingdom in this time of pandemic. Lord, come give us the inspiration to be the best we can be. May we be a shining example of your goodness and truth within, wherever we are. Inspire our thoughts, discussions, and ideas, and continue to remind us that all that we do here today, all that we accomplish, is for the pursuit of truth for the greater glory of you. We ask these things in your name. Amen.
Silanganan, alam ng puso, sa bibig mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, luyang ka ng magiting, sa manlulupi, di ka masisingil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong banghaw, may dilang ang pula at awit sa pagyayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng matawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdidinig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may magdidinig. Lupa ng araw ng walhamit ang sinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Aming higaya na
science and technology. University for work with dignity, molding the youth to serve humanity, building manpower to propel industry, wisdom in science and knowledge management, values and skills that spell development. With grandiose goals, the citizens are trained to realize the nation's fondest dream. Your greatness spread no ill for bold, guiding us well through life's crossroads. Our faithful guide with heart so pure. We persevere boldly with footsteps sure, with grateful hearts eager to grow, our minds unfold for life's anew. Dear alma mater, ever true, beloved ISAT, your hallowed ground and portals all aglow, frontiers of things we need to know and do, educating everyone who passes through, upholding virtues that make our dreams come true. Soaring high we go, development we do, waving with pride that banner gold and blue. Iloilo, science and technology, University, champion of industry, with grateful hearts eager to grow, our minds unfold for life's anew. Dear alma mater, ever true, beloved ISAT,
Okay. At this juncture, we will listen to the opening remarks of Dr. Armanji Ganghe, DIT 615A Professor.
To our beloved President of ISAT University, Dr. Raul F. Muyong, to the university officials in attendance today, our distinguished guests, speakers, and participants, my dear friends in technology, either in academia or in industries. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon here in the Philippines and good morning in Saudi Arabia. I am pleased to welcome you all in our international webinar on technology transfer and management, inbound and inbound strategies. This will be a good opportunity for all of us to learn new things and to impart it to our students, friends, especially to those who are planning to work abroad. To give you an overview of the exciting topics to be discussed in our source speakers, we have 3 from Saudi Arabia and also 3 from the Philippines. Speaker 1 will discuss to us the insights on technology-based skills for Filipino expatriates from one of the top skills labor import countries. Then our speaker number 2 will also discuss sustaining technology-based skills for current employment and future reintegration. And our speaker number 3 will also discuss management approaches in the technology-based multinational workplace. Our speaker number 4, current trends and the practices offered in technology-centered academia. Our speaker number 5 will also discuss sustaining technology-based skills through local and national program. And last but not the least, our speaker number 6 will be discussed to us management approach in the technology-based local workplace. I hope that this webinar will enhance our knowledge in technology-based approaches internationally and locally. So, for that, fasten your seatbelt and listen to our guest speakers. Once again, good afternoon and thank you. Ma'am.
Thank you very much, Sir Ganghi, for a very welcoming remarks. Now let's hear a message from our very supportive University President, Dr. Raul F. Muyong.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ma'am Emmy Estecomen. On behalf of the university management, I would like to congratulate the College of Industrial Technology, specifically the Doctor of Industrial Technology program, headed by our, of course, the coordinator. We have Dr. Valenciana and Dr. Ganghe, the professor of the subject, and of course, the Dr. Rene Salda, the Dean of the College of Industrial Technology. I would like to extend my commendation to all of you for conducting this international webinar, Technology Transfer and Management Inbound Outbound Strategy. Also, I would like to express my warmest welcome to our invited speakers from Saudi Arabia. Of course, I would like to welcome Mr. Venancio B. Legaspi, Director General of the OFW Council of Leaders, Mr. Romeo D. Capili, the founding chairman of the Philippine Computer Literacy Program, Mr. Benito Cinco Jr., the BRF Installation Supervisor, Ms. Sheila H. Hudilia, the Administrator of TESDA Provincial Training Center, Iloilo, Mr. Rani Constantino, the owner of the D. Constantinos Farm Corporation from Cavite, and all the participants to this international webinar. I believe these are our students from the Doctor of Industrial Technology program. Again, welcome. And I would like to make it a point that despite the pandemic we are suffering today, despite the challenges that is brought by the pandemic, here we still move on in conducting this international webinar. No amount of pandemic can stop us from doing our respective responsibilities. No amount of pandemic can stop us from learning new technology, especially in this time of digital era. And of course, as we prepare ourselves for the Industry 4.0. So to all of our guest speakers, invited lecturers, thank you for sharing your time and expertise to ISAT University. We are grateful for your sharing. We are grateful for your expertise. I know we are all very busy, but here we are giving time for our students who would like to learn new technology. As emphasized, of course, these are all teachers. The participants are educators. The participants are industry workers. And we keep on learning as we will be listening to the lectures of our invited guest speakers. So again, on behalf of the university, I express my warmest welcome and hope to see you face to face when pandemic is over. We'd like to invite you to visit ISAT University if allowed, because we could see a great difference in our university. So again, my warmest congratulations to the organizers and my welcome to our lecturers. Thank you very much, and may the good Lord guide and bless us all. Keep safe always, because COVID-19 is just here. No? We do not know who are the carriers of the virus. The cases in the Philippines is surging. Cases of COVID-19 in Iloilo is surging, but just keep safe always. No, let's just protect ourselves and be aware that the virus is still with us. Thank you very much, and good luck to everyone.
Thank you so much, sir, for gracing this webinar. Yes, pandemic can stop us in learning. At this juncture, let's proceed to the introduction of our first speaker. So I am requesting our participants to type their questions in the chat box to be read after the speaker finishes delivering their topic.
Speaking on insights on technology-based skills of Filipino expatriates from one of the top skilled labor importer country. He is a passionate entrepreneur, a banker by profession and an OFW advocate by vocation. He is a graduate of Bachelor's of Science in Business Administration, major in accounting at the University of Eastern Philippines, 1988. A recipient of numerous notable and distinguished awards, some of these recently are featured in the third issue of the Global Filipino magazine, Dubai, UAE, August 2020, and in a book entitled Fist of Valor in the Empire of King Abdulaziz, by Ulysses V. Espartero. Honored by the Department of Foreign Affairs and one of the chosen to be called the Global Filipino, 2019. Centennial Awardee, Most Outstanding Alumnus of the University of Eastern Philippines, 2018. Presently working with Bank Al Jazeera as an accountant for 28 years. He rose from the rank to become Vice President, Head of Compensation and Benefits, the highest position held so far by a Filipino in a bank in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Held various positions in different local and international organizations. He is also invited on numerous speaking engagements on the subject of his expertise. Guests and participants, our first speaker for this event, Mr. Vinicio Villagaspi, Director General, OFW Council of Leaders Saudi Arabia.
Sir Bean.
Sir Dean, thank you so much. Pwede ko bang i-share yung presentation ko?
Sige po. Yeah, imimikos kita po ngayon, sir.
Alright, thank you.
Sige po.
Okay.
Hindi na pa mag-share screen, sir.
Pwede na ba?
Opo.
Yes. Mukhang hindi ko makita yung Sir Dean, may challenge lang yata itong ano ko. Nag-upgrade kasi ako. Pwede bang gamitin na lang siguro yung ano ko?
O sige, sir. Ako na po yung ako na po yung share screen.
Alright.
Okay, sandali muna, sir.
Sharing option.
Sige, sir. Ako na po yung mag-share screen. Ayan na po, sir. Andiyan na po ba?
Alright. Thank you so much. Yun kasi ang mahirap pag live. Kaya maraming salamat, Sir Dean. Yun ang kagandahan ng technology. We have to learn immediately. Alright. Thank you so much. Of course, the president of ISAT or Institute Iloilo Science and Technology University, Dr. Raul F. Moyong, sir. Dr. Erman C. Ganghi, the IT 615F professor, the faculty and members of ISATU, my fellow presenters, participants, Good morning po dito sa Jeddah Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And magandang araw po sa ating lahat dyan. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yes, jack of all trades, master of none. Bakit ko po kinuha yung Spanish proverb na to? Why? Because the reality now is that we are forced to know everything to remain competitive. Maybe we can just go back first to the slide that Sir Dean. Yeah. Yes, thank you. And Saudi Arabia is not exempted to that. Thankfully, we have a vibrant Filipino community, training centers here, which to my count is around 20 here in Jeddah alone, who are offering different types of trainings and or skills certification or diploma either for upgrading one existing skills or learning new skills. This is part of their advocacy at no cost to the government. Today, my presentation is about insight on technology-based skills of Filipino expatriate from one of the top skilled labor importer country, which is obviously the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Just a brief background there, of course. KC is the heart of the Arab and Islamic wars. It's the land of two holy mosques, the Mecca and Medina, the largest country in the Middle East and the 18th largest economy in the world. The Vision 2030 is to become an investment powerhouse and hub connecting Asia, Europe, and Africa. Population, according to UN, in 2021 is around 35.34 million, and one-third of that, or 13.49, is expatriate. Filipino is ranked number 4 as the most populous at over 1 million. And of course, well, if you are planning to come here, the top 10 highest paid jobs are the petroleum engineer, medical professionals, CEO or MD, banking and finance, construction, information technology, teachers, sales and marketing, real estate, and hotel and management. Next slide, please. I broke down my presentation into 5 topics, and they are as follows. 1, OFWs possess world-class technology-based skills. 2, a prevailing environment of technically skilled labor market demand in Saudi Arabia. 3, adaptability in the ever-shifting skilled labor market regulations and demand landscape of Saudi Arabia. 4, need to expedite TESDA's online portfolio skills assessment and certification of OFW in Saudi Arabia. Need to forge parallel skills certification or accreditation scheme agreement between TESDA and the Saudi TVTC or the Technical Vocational Training Corporation. And of course, it will be followed by Q&A. On the first topic, which is, next slide, please. OFWs in Saudi Arabia are known for their possession of world-class technology-based skills in almost any field of work, including household service workers or the kadamas. That is why we are favored. Back to the slide, please. By Saudis who look for quality output, thanks to the general characteristics of Filipino workers' passion for discipline, quality, technically based skills, Philippine technical, vocational, educational infrastructure in the country, which is among the leading technical vocational skills powerhouse in ASEAN or Association of Southeast Asian Nations. That is why OFWs in general are looked up to compared to their other counterpart expat in Saudi Arabia. That is why there is no non-demeaning phenomenon of OFWs biakulu. Biakulu actually is an Arabic term, which is what I said, jack of all trade. You know almost everything. Where there is a labor pickup or pickup site for OFW in Saudi Arabia as compared to other expat nationality. Dito po sa Jeddah, mayroon pong lugar dito na kung gusto mong maghanap ng mag-aayos ng bahay mo or kaya sa construction, punta ka lang doon at marami nang lalapit sa sasakyan mo. Gusto mong humanap ng plumber, magaling sila. Taas ng kamay. Gusto mong humanap ng electrician or ibang mga skills, nandyan sila. Pero wala kang makikitang mga Filipinos dito. Kasi tayong mga Pilipino are skills OFW and we are being sought after with dignity through referrals. Next slide, please. To understand fully the relevance of technology-based skills, we must analyze it within its current context, CIT or ecology, the prevailing environment of technology-based skilled labor market demand in Saudi Arabia. We have a challenge. Of course, one challenge is extensive and progressive Saudization policy is now changing the Saudi skilled labor market demand landscape, and it compromised the employment of many OFWs, and many job categories are now exclusively reserved for Saudi citizen only. Mayroon po silang programa like yung Etiquette. Etiquette is the Saudization policy of the government wherein all the companies are being forced, of course, to replace their expatriates like Filipinos with a local national. Pag lumalampas ka po ng 50% ng Saudization mo or less than 50%, bawat isang non-Saudi na nasa sa iyo sa kumpanya mo, magbabayad po kayo ng sort of fees sa government. Number 2 is progressive skill certification and accreditation requirement for Saudi employment is also another growing challenge. Magkakaroon po, and in fact, it started na po, yung skills verification. Ano naman ang ating advantages? OFW advantages and motivators para pumunta po rito sa Saudi Arabia. Cultural ecology of a skilled labor market demand in Saudi Arabia continue to be tilted in favor of Western world-oriented workers such as OFWs. Saudi employers stand to gain extra advantages in employing OFWs who are generally known as good English speakers, more educated, and generally liberal or open-minded. Young Saudis prefer these attributes. Saudi demographic landscape as of August 2021, according to the World Population Review, shows that its population is dominated by about 60% below age of 30. Indeed, a young population. Interestingly, OFWs are also known and preferred for being very clean and hygienic. Malinis po tayo. And finally, OFWs are known for their happy and positive disposition, smiling face, and innovative. All of this meet the demand and preference of most Saudi employers. On the other hand, incentives or motivators for highly skilled OFWs to prepare Saudi Arabia as job destination are abundant. Tax-free income, although we had already imposed the VAT, is still the low cost of living and basic necessities such as food, gasoline, and even cooking gas worth around 200 pesos per cylinder. A stable and peaceful government and the conservative Islamic traditions and rules prevent OFWs from wantonly splurging on income-draining vices such as discos, bars, movies, of course, mayroon na dito, gambling, drinking liquor, and womanizing openly. Thus, OFWs in Saudi Arabia can easily save their chance of immigrating to other countries such as Canada, New Zealand, Europe, Australia, and America become greater too. Tenured OFWs from Saudi Arabia generally earn more qualification points in immigration qualification indices of many Western nation. Mabilis po kayo makapunta sa ibang bansa kung galing po kayo ng Saudi Arabia. Next slide, please. Number 3, OFWs are resilient in adaptively responding to ever-changing skilled manpower market demand of Saudi Arabia. Two major employability hurdles OFW need to contend nowadays are: one is skill certification requirement, and two, the extensive and progressive Saudization policy. Yun po ang nabanggit ko kanina, yung certification requirement at saka yung ecology nga, yung Saudization policy. Just to maintain their employability in KSA, to sustain providing support for their families back home and buoying up the Philippine economy through remittances. OFWs ventured into various learning endeavors. They retooled themselves on their own initiative by learning new in-demand and employable Saudization policy aligned technology-based skills while in Saudi Arabia. Some OFW advocates also help our fellow OFWs here by putting up various voluntary Filipino community and technology-based training centers to facilitate needed retooling of kababayans at no cost to the Philippine government. Next slide, please. Need to expedite TESDA's online portfolio assessment and certification of OFWs in Saudi Arabia. Technology-based and highly skilled and self-supporting OFWs in Saudi Arabia will ask the Philippine government, particularly TESDA, to get out of their pandemic shell and quickly come out and devise solutions, possibly using high-end online technology within the prevailing pandemic restraints, to quickly assess and certify current competences and new skills acquired by OFWs to be able to meet quickly the new skills certification requirement of Saudi's Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development. I have conveyed this request personally to the President through Secretary Harry Roque in an online Zoom forum prior to the latest State of the Nation address of the President last month. Gladly, the President articulated this demand from OFWs in his sunnah when he said, "Another component of our employment recovery strategy is the retooling of our workers to prepare them for better opportunities. I am directing the National Employment Recovery Strategy Task Force, particularly TESDA, to ensure the upskilling of our workers and increase their employability." Numerous OFWs in Saudi Arabia, on their own initiatives, attended Filipino community-initiated skills training and retooling programs in Saudi Arabia. All they need now is TESDA's skills assessment and certification. I hope TESDA will heed the President's SONA directive. The pandemic should not be an excuse for TESDA to delay any progress on this veritably important presidential directive. This is where the Philippine government and TESDA should come in without further delay and act quickly to save a huge number of OFWs from descending down to the status of becoming distressed and unemployed OFW in Saudi Arabia. With the skills verification program of the TVTC, or Technical Vocational Training Corporation, it will be a big challenge for OFWs, especially that the renewal of ICAMA actually is the Arabic term for the residence permit, which lahat po kami ay mayroon yan, is tied in to the skills verification process. Like in a baseball, strike 3 and you are out. Meaning if you failed for the third try or attempt, you will be given a final exit and you will be back home to the Philippines. This will be expounded further by my colleague here, the founding chairman of Filipino Computer and Literacy Programs Training Center, the current OCL Director for Continuous Education and Development, Karomi Kapili. Next slide, please. The Philippine government should quickly forge a bilateral parallel technical skills certification or accreditation scheme agreement with Saudi Arabia. The Philippine government, particularly TESDA, should immediately coordinate with its Saudi counterpart, the TVTC or the Technical and Vocational Training Corporation, for a parallel skill certification or accreditation scheme agreement whereby TESDA's in situ or national certification should be considered as acceptable to comply with the new skills certification requirement of the Saudi Arabian government. Again, I repeat, this is where the Philippine government and TESDA, through the Department of Foreign Affairs and the Philippine missions in Saudi Arabia, should come in without further delay and act quickly to save a huge number of OFWs from descending down to the status of becoming distressed and unemployed OFWs. Next slide, please. Shukran Katir. Shukran Katir actually is an Arabic word for thank you. So that ends my presentation. Q&A, if there is questions, Sir Dean, Ma'am Femi.
Okay, Ma'am Fem. Sir Ben, thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Dean.
So, Ma'am Fem, do you have any questions posted in the chat box?
Sir, thank you so much for sharing with us. As of this time, we do not have question.
That's good.
They are satisfied with your speech, sir.
Thank you so much. Of course, nandiyan lang naman po si Sir Dean. If ever, we'll just a Zoom away or a messenger message away.
Sir Ben,
anyone
pag
from
walang
the group, baka merong sila may ma-question.
Ako na lang po magtatanong kay Sir Vinny.
Alright, Sir Dean.
Sir Vince, alam mo kasi bago ako malis dyan, wala pa yung yung pagpasa certified doon. Opo. Ano na po ba yung kasalukuyang yung status ng mga OFW po natin?
Actually, in full force na po siya. Nag-start po yung first na examination noong July 1st. Ang category niyan kasi, Sir Dean, is 3,000 and above. If you are employing 3,000 and above workers, kailangan mag-start ka ng mag-online na registration sa sa site ng Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development para i-start po yung verification process. Then it will be followed in September 1, then October, November, and January. Hanggang kung ang January is at least I think 6 and below na workers. Napaka-importante ito, Sir Dean, kasi dito natin actually ito ang purpose kasi dito ng Saudi Arabia is para po ma-test yung skills ng mga nandito. Kagaya po ng sabi ko kanina dito sa
Okay. Anong speaker nakabutang?
Sige sir, go ahead po sir.
Okay. Kagaya po ng nandito kayo, alam niyo po dito sa side ng Hira na marami pong mga nagbabantay diyan kung gusto mong maghanap ng mga workers. at lahat sila alam nila yung mga trabaho. So ito yung gustong tingnan ngayon, lalo yung mga technical job ng TVTC na kailangan certify. At saka yung nasabi ko, 3 beses ka lang na kailangan mag-exam. Pag hindi ka pumasa, bibigyan ka ng final exit at pauwiin ka kung saan ka man nanggaling. Kung Pilipino ka sa Pilipinas. I believe, Sir Dean, this will be discussed maybe in details ni Karomi kasi ito sa mga skills, trade skills verification na kailangan na mangyari. So ang importante nito, Sir Dean, kasi bago pumunta rito yung mga OFW, diyan sa Pilipinas, kailangan i-test din sila. Yung parang trade skill to before. Then pagdating dito, yung mga nandito naman, may counterpart na testing. So napaka-importante yung roles. Una, ng mga universities, kagaya ng ISAT, lalo na yung mga nag-ano ng mga trades at saka yung mga technology-based training. At of course, ang ating TESDA para mas certify sila. At sana magkaroon ng bilateral agreement na kung ano yung certification or natukuhan ng assessment yan at certified sila, is tanggapin po dito sa Saudi Arabia. Ito ang malaking challenge ng ating gobyerno na hinihingi natin magkaroon ng bilateral agreement kasi magiging double whammy yan. Mag-exam sila dyan or mag-certified, pagdating dito ganun din ang mangyayari.
Sige po, sir.
Ongoing na po yun. Thank you.
Sir,
Yes,
we have
ma'am.
your question from our chat box.
Sige po.
Si Sir
the
Moyong yata,
question
sir. May
comes
tanong
from-
yata si Sir Moyong. Sir Moyong, sige po. Go ahead
sige,
po,
si
sir.
Sir muna.
Okay, good afternoon, Sir Benny.
Yes, sir.
I
Mr.
would
Dr.
like to
Raul.
ask a question though. Because you were mentioning about the certification, di ba?
Yes,
We
po.
all believe that our skilled workers coming from the Philippines, of course, they have undergone training they were able to have a training and TESDA has issued them a NC, whatever level it is, NC1, NC2, NC3 for the specific certification.
Yes, sir.
Now, my question is, how do the Saudi Arabian government or employers treat the certification issued by the Philippine government to TESDA with regard to the skills of our OFWs? Kasi sabi mo kanina, there is a counterpart. No, for now, I don't know if we have a bilateral agreement already between Saudi and Philippines with regard to the we call it accreditation of the certification issued by the Philippine government to our skilled workers. But of course, we have our the provincial director here, Ma'am Ciala, later on, which is also very important, no? Kasi we have problem even the higher ed. Now we have a problem. Ang graduate ng mga engineering programs natin sa Philippines cannot practice the profession outside the country because of lack of bilateral agreement between a country, di ba? So we're happy that our government is now doing its best to have bilateral agreement in the Philippine higher education. There's already a move, no, that our programs in the Philippines be considered o i-recognize ng other countries. But you have mentioned about the skills, no? The skills that has been acquired by our OFW in the Philippines, and hindi siya recognized ng Saudi Arabian government because you have to take another certification in Saudi before they can be employed. Am I right, Sir Johnny?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Raul. Actually, it's not that Saudi Arabia don't recognize our certification. They do, but they have again to go through some sort of another test when they arrive here because it's part of the TVTC's mandate. That's why my number 5 slide, I actually call our Philippine government, call to action, that hindi sila dapat na matutulog sa pansitan. Why? I'm sorry to hear that, to say this. Alam ko po may mga kasama tayo sa TESDA dahil pag hindi po ito nangyari, what I've said earlier is that kung hindi po kayo masicertify at kung masicertify naman kayo, okay lang yung pag-continue renew to. Pero if not, mayroon po kayong 3 beses na magta-try. Ngayon, kung hindi po kayo papasa sa skills, kasi mayroong examination po yun eh. 3 beses, bibigyan po kayo ng final exit. Yung ikama nyo, ikama is the residence permit, hindi po i-renew. So pag hindi po i-renew yan, pauwiin po kayo. Kaya nga, in order for our TESDA or government at least to recognize what our OFW has or have, is that they should forge a bilateral agreement. Kasi wala pa po. Although yung TVTC, parang ano din eh, kung makikita, and I know the Director Karomi can attest to that, na yung mga test nila doon, because we had a talk na yung mga nag-exam, halos hindi nalalayo sa mga skills certification natin ng mga in situ sa TESDA. So it's just actually a matter maybe of putting it in black and white, na halos pareho naman ang certification ng TESDA at saka yung TVTC, then why not just accept our certification. So ito po ang napaka-importante, Dr. Raul, na dapat ang ating gobyerno ay hindi na lumabas muna siya sa pandemic shield na yan. I know everybody are suffering and we knew that. But magsasuffer po ang ating mga OFW dito sa Saudi Arabia kung hindi po ito tututukan dahil nag-start na po July 1st. If you are employing 3,000 and above, start ng certification is July 1st, then followed on September 1, October, November, then January. So yun po ang importante. We are not saying or they're saying na hindi nila itatanggapin yung paper, but it's one of the requirements.
Yes, because the government, the Philippine government, of course, TESDA, is now working. We have now what we call the Philippine Qualifications Framework, and it's anchored on the Asian Qualification Framework. That's why parang na ano na siya level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5, level 6, di ba? So yes, we are not talking about Asian Qualifications Framework. And of course, in the Philippines, we have this Philippine Qualifications Framework, and TESDA is also one of the members of that coordinating council that works with the PQF, di ba? So that's why we are talking of if skills. If we talk about certification, if we talk about descriptors, so it may be true to other countries who are in the ASEAN countries, of course, because you have that qualifications framework, you know. So siguro, well, this is a very good wake up call, wake up call for that TESDA. I hope that issue was brought already to the attention of TESDA, so that we will save, no, we could do something to save our overseas Filipino workers in Saudi Arabia. I'm very much concerned about this because we are a member of the, I am the Univoc director in Visayas Center, diba? And we have TESDA is also a Univoc Center, and we have a circle. Now we have what we call Tibet Association of Tibet, no, and we always work. We always come before the pandemic. We always meet, and it was sponsored by the UNESCO. We talk about Tibet, and the problem with the Tibet, of course, is the attractiveness of Tibet to our mga bagong mga new generations, no? So, well, I hope that this issue, this is a very alarming. If our OFWs will be babalik Pinas dahil they were able to pass that certification, kawawa naman sila, di ba? So I hope our very good friend from TESDA here, Provincial Director, could take it from you, no?
Yes.
We can bring it to the National TESDA management. Just yesterday, we have TESDA celebrated
27.
27th. We were there because I myself is an external validator of TESDA for the Tibet STAR program. So we evaluated 300 qualifications of TESDA, and we are part of the STAR program of TESDA. So we work with TESDA, no? And siguro, and when there are times that we can meet with the board, the National Board of Judges, with Sir Tayo, Ma'am Irene Isaak, of course, Ma'am Patty, we always talk,
Yeah.
we always meet. I can, yun, parang, ano lang, just to mention, there is an issue, no, with regards to our OFW. So thank you very
Actually,
much.
yeah. Thank you, Dr. Raul. Actually, kagaya ng sabi niyo nga, yung ASEAN, I mentioned it earlier, the Association of Southeast Asian Nation, tayo po, ang TESDA po natin, they are looking after us. Ito yung tayo po ang parang pinaka-role model, di ba? And
Yes.
you can attest to that, Dr. Raul. Dahil
Yes.
late last year, or early this year, tayo po ang nag-host ng dito sa ASEAN tungkol dito. And of course, isang karangalan po yan ng Pilipinas na sa ASEAN, tayo po ang tinitingala pagdating sa mga skill certification. And I just hope, and thank you so much, mayroon po tayong representative from TESDA here, na this is not only a wake-up call, this is actually a dying call para sa mga OFWs na nandito po ngayon sa Saudi Arabia. Thank you, Dr. Raul.
Sige, you're welcome, sir. Thank you also.
Yes. Ma'am Femi?
Yes, sir. We still have one more question.
Sure.
This question comes from Sir Art of Biscop Barutak Nuevo Campus. Sir, in demand ba ang mga computer programmers in Saudi Arabia?
Actually, lahat naman ng nabanggit ko kanina yung top 10 na most or highly paying job, and IT is actually one of those. Kaya lang, sir, medyo hindi lang po tayo ang mga galing na mga computer programmer. Nandyan po yung mga ibang countries like India. Mga kalaban po natin yan. So, ang napaka-importante po talaga is that we never stop reskilling or upscaling ourselves. Kasi kung computer programmer ka lang, of course, marami pong mga languages yan. Pero kailangan mayroon ka pa rin mga ibang skills. Hindi ko naman sinasabi na kailangan natin maging jack of all trades, but at least para maging competitive tayo, we should not focus only on one particular skills or education. So yes, hindi po nawawala yung mga demand po rito, lalo sa mga IT, dahil that is the future. Yun po ang future ng hindi lang Pilipinas o Saudi Arabia, buong mundo. We are into information technology.
Okay, so thank you,
Thank you.
sir.
Yes.
Si Ma'am Femi, no, I just would like to add, ano ko lang kay Sir Bernie. Sir Bernie,
Yes, sir.
Colombo Plant Staff College, we have what we call the APAC, no? Call it Asia Pacific Accreditation Commission, Certification Commission. We are accrediting Polytechnic. We are accrediting textbook Tibet schools.
Tibet.
Yeah, in Saudi Arabia, of course, because it's for the Asia Pacific. So I do not know if schools in Saudi Arabia offering Tibet programs or skills-related programs have already submitted their qualifications or the schools to APAC accreditation, so that when you are APAC accredited, the assurance that the program qualifications offered are of course a part. So I do not know if you are also familiar with this, because we have been conducting accreditation of the qualifications in part of the Saudi Arabia.
Actually, I'm not privy to that information right now, Dr. Raul, but definitely this avenue is one way of opening it up, that ISAT is actually doing this one, and maybe Director Karomi, because I know some of the training centers here are TVET accredited, or so if they are TVET accredited and you have said that you also do APAC or something like that, maybe through ISAT they can communicate and they can take it forward, because the more you have an accreditation and fully recognized institution like ISAT, then your graduate, the diploma that you are giving to your students will be fully recognized. Why not? Baka hindi na sila mag-exam sa TVTC. Di ba, Dr. Raul?
Yes, APAC it is managed by the Colombo Plant Staff College, and the Director General is presently is from Nepal. So it's an Asia Pacific Accreditation Commission. So we are accrediting. I am one of the accreditors of that now, and we are accrediting the institutions in Asia Pacific countries. Yeah,
Do you accredit training centers? Because as what I said earlier, we have almost 20 training centers alone here in Jeddah, and they do have some. I saw in their in their logos that they have Tibet accredited, or in other accreditation organization. Do you accredit training centers in other, like in here in Saudi Arabia on the
it's not the training center, it's a school, no? It's
so it's a
institutional.
school.
But for TESDA here, for TESDA, of course, we accredit training centers. We have TTIs and TBIs in the Philippines. So we have technical vocational institutions, and we have training institutes also in the Philippines. It's our private training institute. So they are also being accredited by under the TESDA STAR program. So yeah.
My wish, Dr. Raul, is that if the government decided to talk with the Saudi TVTC, that they're gonna tag you along, bring here in Saudi Arabia, and we will meet here, and we will treat you to a good Saudi Arabian food.
Yes.
No, because you are already a part and a member of the ASEAN and the APAC, so your expertise and your knowledge will be a good support to our Philippine delegation. I just hope that the Department of Foreign Affairs through and with TESDA, they will start talking with the Saudi TVTC.
Speaking on
We
insights
hope
on tech.
our friend from TESDA, the provincial director, can bring that issue, no, through the regional director, of course, no.
Yeah,
So
well,
it's very nice concern to be discussed with the TESDA management. We need to have bilateral agreement, because the future of our OFWs in Saudi Arabia are at stake now. Thank you very much.
Correct. Thank you.
Sir, we will accommodate one more reaction from the Minister of Education, Bahrain, in behalf of Dr. Durisa. Dr. Durisa, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you so much, Dr. Erman. So by the way, I'm Mr. Dennis Dureza, and I'm the alumni, one of the alumni of the Western Visayas College of Science and Technology way back 2002. I graduated Bachelor of Science in Industrial Technology, major in electrical. Currently,
Welcome,
I'm working in the Ministry of Education under the Directorate of Technical and Vocational Education, or the counterpart of this is TBTC in Saudi Arabia. So thank you, Sir Legaspi, for your insights. Yeah, I agree with Sir Legaspi, because we are aware with Southeization and Bahrainization here also. Bahrain is just a very small country compared to Saudi Arabia. So I've been here for 13 years, and I'm teaching electrical technology and engineering subjects here, and at the same time, a coordinator. So yeah, I think Sir Legaspi is correct. The government trying to employ their locals, like here in Bahrain. However, this cannot be counterpart with the employability skills of the Filipino graduates, like initiative, teamwork, collaboration, speaking in English is very important, because these are these soft skills. And Middle East is catering international clients. So we need to speak English all the time. We have to present ourselves just like that.
Correct.
When it comes to that, locals are usually, when we say defeated, or they cannot comply with that compared to to us Filipinos. And the same time, you know, the culture here, so they don't want too much work. And yeah, so I think that's the insight that I can give as a technical instructor here in the Kingdom of Bahrain.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Darisa. It is really an eye-opener for our participants who are here right now and planning to work either in Bahrain or in KC or in the Middle East. That there are challenges that they have to face. And of course, Dr. Raul Muyong is there to explain and of course to put forward our recommendation. And Ma'am Sheila of TESDA, maybe she can put this forward to Secretary Sed La Peña. Thank you, Ma'am Femi, and back to you.
Sir. Thank you so much, Sir Vinicio V. Legaspi, for sharing with us your insights of the technology-based skills of Filipino expedites. So at this time, we will award the E-Certificate of Recognition to our speaker. Let me read to you the citation. Republic of the Philippines, Iloilo Science and Technology University, College of Industrial Technology, La Paz, Iloilo City, presents this Certificate of Appreciation to Vinicio V. Legaspi for sharing his time, knowledge, and expertise as resource speaker during the international webinar on technology transfer and management, outbound inbound strategies, held on August 27, 2021 via Zoom. For sign pa ni Sir Raul Moyong, sir.
All right.
Okay, thank you
Thank
so
you
much, sir,
so much.
for sharing
Thank you, Sir
with us your
Bini. Thank
expertise.
you.
Thank you. My honor po.
Sir.
I'm honored. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Imar.
At this moment, let's proceed to the introduction of our second speaker.
Speaking on sustaining technology-based skills for current employment and future reintegration is the founding chairman of Filipino Computer and Literacy Program, Western Region, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. He is also the Director of Continuous Education and Development of OFW Council of Leaders, a board director, the Fraternal Order of Eagles, Jeddah Eagles Club. Chapter founder, One Ganap Guardians Brotherhood in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. A recipient of the Bayaning Ilocano, an education sector hosted by the United Ilocandia. Technical Trainer International Certification Level 3 Royal Institution, Singapore. A TESDA National Certificate Level 2 holder in Computer System Servicing and Massage Therapy. He took up Bachelor of Arts in Political Science from Far Eastern University in 1982. Further studied at Penn Foster International Online Class and successfully completed the Career Diploma in PC Repair in 2006. He is a native of Cagayan Valley, Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you our second speaker, Mr. Romeo B. Capilli.
Romero Capilli, technology-based skills, current employment, future reintegration.
Hello, sir. Sir Romy.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir. Good morning.
Good morning po. Gusto nyo mag-share ng
Good
screen o ako
morning.
narito?
Yes, sir. I-share ko na lang muna. Try ko.
O, sige po. Gawin kitang host ngayon.
Okay. Good morning po sa lahat, sa ISAT EU officials,
Good morning, sir.
sa mga speakers ko. Good morning po.
Sige sir, ready na po sir, mag-share po kayo.
Okay. Okay na ba, sir?
Okay sir, andyan na po. Sige sir, take it away.
Okay, magandang umaga po dito sa Saudi Arabia and good afternoon po sa Pilipinas. Okay, before I proceed with my presentation, I'm Romeo B. Capilli, founding chairman of Filipino Computer and Literacy Program. So, let me... Okay. Naririnig mo, sir? Sir Dean, it's clear ba?
Yes, sir. Clear.
Very clear.
Okay, so why did we choose Filcom as the name of our organization? Filcom, or Filipino Computer and Literacy Program, and the logo represents the collective efforts in bringing awareness that we are into helping our fellow Filipino migrant workers which could be well served primarily by teaching computer-related trainings and other skills training as per the demand of the times during our stay as migrant workers, hoping to be of useful in the advancement of professional skills in the workplace, as well as preparation during the migrant workers' reintegration back in the motherland. What was our main goal when this group was formed? Our aim is to fill the gap where the Philippine government's program for OFWs should be in place, but is limited due to the restriction of the host country, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It is also our aim an outreach educational program for Filipino migrant workers by OFW professionals and tradesmen through computer and professional skills enhancement training. Filcom vision and mission. Our vision is to be a group of competent OFW professionals and tradesmen driven by Filipino Bayanihan spirit, delivering computer and occupational skills enhancement training to foster a sense of pride and competitiveness among OFWs. And our mission is to help fellow Filipino migrant workers as a group of competent OFW professionals and tradesmen, promoting responsible work practices through computer and occupational skills enhancement training in order to have a positive impact to general society. And Filcom programs. In fact, Filcom started with, our humble beginning started with 3 founders, as well as serve as trainers with 3 members. The first training started with 30 trainees on December 13, 2013. So our program started with what we call this one, trainers, 3 trainers na naging instructor din. And in fact, we catered Primavera, computer servicing, AutoCAD during that time. So we are just started our centers that time. So now you can see we have a lot of, we expand our courses. In fact, we catered now 21 courses. From 5 or 6 courses, we added more courses to cater the needs of our OFWs here. We have the massage therapy, dressmaking, electrical installation and maintenance, cosmetology, dome wrap, barbering, hairdressing, cake decorating, motor controls, split type air conditioning, CCTV with FDAS, AutoCAD basic and advanced, bread and pastry, MS Office, computer networking, solar design and installation, plumbing. Plumbing is our new course right now. We have also ICS or instrumentation and control servicing, also secretarial course, Excel Advanced, Cisco, CCNA Essentials, Photography Essentials, Revit Architecture Essentials, Revit Map, Print Graphic Design, and Computer System Servicing. So ito po yung mga subjects na in-offer namin ngayon sa ating kapwa OFW rito sa Jeddah. So you can see the pictures. These are the trainings that we conducted already. Sample outcomes of each training. In computer servicing, this is leading to TESDA NC2. Our modules to complete: PC assembly, installation, and PC networking and troubleshooting. Then also we have massage therapy. Modules to complete: acupressure and reflexology, lymphatic drainage, and trigger points. We also have this Swedish that is given by the South TESDA. AutoCAD 2D and 3D. First, fundamentals of AutoCAD, architectural and structural drafting fundamentals, and map drafting fundamentals. Same thing with 3D, apply materials and render, level up your AutoCAD skills, understanding the foundation of 3D modeling. Then we have solar module also. This is hands-on actual module assembly and testing. Dome rack also, same thing, hands-on, window type AC, troubleshooting. And of course, HVAC fundamentals. Bread and pastry, leading to TESDA and C2. Understand the principles of bread and pastry preparation, produce essential bread and pastry samples. And of course, it will turn this hobby into a business. Same as dressmaking. Produce a dress from own pattern, and then it could be a business for those avail this program. And also, we are developing this online training program for Primavera. In fact, our instructor here is Sir Dean. He is a co-founder of Filcom. So, other than sharing knowledge, what else Filcom accomplished? Filcom has been actively involved in various events of the Filipino communities and organizations in Jeddah, apart from its own initiative in charity works. So in this picture, you can see that we rendered our services with our fellow OFWs who were not actually unfortunate with their employments. These participants or this picture shows the female wards in Philippine Consulate. We nag-offer kami ng services sa kanila ng free trainings like cosmetology and massage therapy. So yun yung ginagawa ng Filcom. We go outside, not only in our center, but we go outside also to offer free trainings para sa mga female and male wards na nandoon sa bahay kalinga ng ating konsulado. So this is the training for CCTV for male wards. We have at least 16 male wards who graduated in our CCTV classes. But this time we cannot do it because of this pandemic. So we're still waiting that pagkatapos ng pandemic, mag-offer ulit kami ng training sa ating wards, sa male and female wards sa ating bahay kalinga sa konsulado. Also, we have in collaboration with Philippine Consulate General in Jeddah, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, under the Philippine Overseas Labor Office Workers Welfare Office, Polo OWA. They grant us free training programs for OFWs to enhance their computer skills. So in this picture, you can see the picture of our meeting with Dr. Adel, and of course his colleagues, Mr. Ronald, and my co-founder, Mr. Dinharo. Ito yung meeting namin about the free courses na ibibigay nila sa mga members ng OWA. Then in September 15, we started the classes and they give us also free t-shirt sa lahat ng participants namin. So nakasuporta po ang ating Polo OWA sa aming mga trainings sa mga OFW dito sa Jeddah. In 2014, Filcom signed a mutual understanding and partnership with National Institute of Technology, Baguio City, Philippines, where our trainees could take test assessment with NIIT assistance if they so desire during their vacation or stay in the Philippines. Yes, we had an agreement with NIIT Baguio City. Ito po yung aming pictures nung kami nagpirmahan ng agreemento. NITT is committed to be at the forefront in people development instilled with relevant knowledge, desirable skills, and viable attitude, propelling them to maximize their potentials and improve the quality of their lives. Also, in September 2017, Filcom and Recoletos Industrial and Technological Training Center, RITTC, based in Cebu City, Philippines, has forged a mutual agreement in the empowering the training and trainees of Filcom. Initiative was achieved through the effort of Mr. Dean Harrow, Filcom co-founder. So the director of the RITC is Director Mary Ann Roble. RITTC will assist Philcom's TESDA and C2 certificate holders for international certifications and recognitions under Royal Institute Singapore, as well as to assess Philcom's Intel Easy Steps Digital Literacy Program trainees output and shall provide Intel Steps Digital Literacy Program certification. Now, TESDA brings skills assessment for OFWs in Jeddah. It was mentioned already by Director General Benny Velasco, my colleague here in Saudi Arabia, about TESDA. But let me just give some hints about this program. This program is one of the efforts of the agency in extending services to the OFWs in order to uplift their quality of jobs without the OFWs temporarily leaving their overseas work to process their certification in the Philippines. This picture shows the first meeting with TESDA along with the Polo OWA officials. It was in December 16, 2016. Then the next year, they started the assessment of massage therapy and caregiving. So in May 27, TESDA National Office conducted the first on-site assessment program for massage therapy and caregiving, and the delegates was headed by Ms. Nelly Llovedo. The total participants during the assessment were 130, and out of that, 112 passed the assessment, which is 86.9% certificate rate. Philcom participated in the assessment of each massage therapy trainees, whom all 29 passed the national certification. So here's the picture of the awarding of NC2 certificates. Along with us is the Philippine Consul General, Honorable Imelda Panolong, and I believe he is now in Qatar. And then the second on-site assessment was in May 2018. TESDA delegates headed by Ms. Janet Abisolo, the Chief TESD Specialist. And the certificate rate was 89% on the second on-site assessment for massage therapy only. They have catered also the caregiving assessment here in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. So these are the pictures during the assessment, the preparations and the actual assessment of the participants. Then next was the third was in May 2019, before the pandemic. That is the third on-site assessment, which Philcom designated as the venue center for massage therapy NC2. During the said assessment, 236 Filipinos were assessed, and a total of 200 were certified in caregiving NC2, while 67 were certified in massage therapy NC2, topping the certification rate in the Gulf country for the past 3 years with an average of 90.68%. And this on-site assessment program was headed by Ms. Marites Ramos, Chief TSD Specialist, and her team. So another picture here is during my visit in Riyadh with the Comsofil Training Center in Riyadh. I was there during their assessment as well. That was August 2019 also, before the pandemic. So TESDA awarded certificate of appreciation to Philcom. So we already had this on-site assessment 2017, 2018, and 2019. The next assessment supposed to be was in May 2020, but due to this pandemic, nagkaroon po tayo ng hindi na po sila nakapunta rito because of the lockdowns. And in fact, it was said by Director Bevene a while ago that lockdown or pandemic should not be an excuse for TESDA para itigil nila yung pagbibigay ng assessment sa mga, lalo na sa mga OFW na gaya namin. Especially now na merong mga problemas, may mga problema kami tungkol sa pag-renew ng aming mga ikama. So, TESDA should look at an alternative approach like the online assessment. Before they have this portfolio assessment, but the requirements is napakahirap para sa isang OFW na ma-meet yung requirements nila for portfolio assessment. Now, we are pleading TESDA to please i-proceed nyo po yung online assessment para magkaroon po kami ng certificate na galing sa TESDA. And we believe TESDA is recognized here because it's international standard organization ng TESDA, ISO na po siya. So I heard from Ma'am Susan De La Rama, Ma'am Patty before that he's looking for a technical school here in Jeddah na gusto makipag-tie up yata sa TESDA. So kanina yung tinatanong kay Benny regarding kung yung certification bang ng TESDA is nire-recognize both dito sa Jeddah. Yes, I think they recognize it because yung mga previous na nakapagkuha ng TESDA is nagamit po nila yon. In fact, before our certificate was recognized by the Saudi Council, but now it seems na nagbago po sila because they have their skills assessment center already para doon sa mga professions na saklaw ng ng skills assessment. What are the qualifications of our trainers? Filcom trainers are all professionals in their field of work and knowledgeable in sharing the expertise in the training subjects they are handling. Most of the trainers have their TESDA NC2 and certificates from NIIT Baguio City. So from the 3 founders and 3 instructors, we have now at least 22 instructors and staffs of Filcom. We really expanded our organization. Saudi Council of Engineers membership registrations. Yes, ito na pa yung nagiging dilemma ngayon ng bawat OFWs, lalo na yung mga may profession na technicians. They need to register in Saudi Council of Engineering. Those who do not register, they cannot be able to renew their ICAMA. And there are 136. ICAMA is a residence permit actually. There are 136 ICAMA professions of technicians that need to be registered in Saudi Council of Engineering. And to name a few, nandiyan po yung electrical technician, refrigeration and air conditioning, computer networking, electronic technician, and telecommunications. Ito po yung mga problema ng ating mga OFW sa kasalukuyan. So that's why we are asking TESDA to please do something for us. Yung alternative approach na yung ating online assessment, na may mapagbigyan niyo po kami sa mga hiling na ito. Now, as I said before, our certificate, once it's verified doon sa ating Philippine Consulate Jeddah, tinatanggap po ng Saudi Council that time. Pero ngayon po, nagkakaroon po ng problema kasi they should be at least required hours of training. So, since mga center po rito is practical trainings lang po yung binibigay namin, so we cannot even give them the sufficient hours sa mga trainings nila kasi lahat po kami rito ay nagwo-work at Friday lang po yung aming trainings na binibigay namin sa ating mga kapwa OFW. So now they develop this professional verification program and skills verification certificate. So ito yung ginawa ng Saudi government na kailangan nilang mag-undergo ng skills assessment. and Professional Verification Program. What is Professional Verification Program? It aims to verify that skilled workers in Saudi Arabia have the required ability to perform the occupation or skills they were recruited for, and will include practical and theoretical examinations in the workers' specialized fields. And the skills verification certificate, it is a certificate issued by the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development upon successfully passing the skill verification test. So these are the stages, as mentioned also by Kabeni, yung mga stages ng professional verification. So this started actually July 1, 2021 for companies with 3,000 or more workers. Then the next phase will be this coming September 2021. Companies with 500 to 2,999 workers. And the third phase will be on October 1st, 2021. Companies with 50 to 499 workers. And fourth phase will be on November 3, 2021. Establishment with 6 to 49 workers. And the last will be on January 2, 2022. Establishment with less than 6 workers. So ito po yung stages ng assessment na gagawin ng government dito sa Saudi Arabia. So napakahirap po para sa aming OFW if in case na full implementation na itong assessment nila. Kasi marami pong mawawalan ng trabaho talaga. In fact, most of our technicians here, they don't have the certificates. They just have it. They just have the experience. Kaya sila na-hire sa trabaho na yon. So napakalaking pong bagay sa amin kung ang TESDA ay magbibigay ng online assessment para sa mga graduates ng bawat training center dito na kasalukuyang may mga problema sa kanilang ikama or renewal of their ikamas. In the skill assessment, the sending countries, they should undergo such program like skill assessments or trade tests prior to their departure. This would also help to ensure that not only the qualified skilled labor will be sent to work in the kingdom, but also to avoid the hassle of having to send the candidates back to their home countries should they be deemed unqualified. So doon pa lang sa Pilipinas po, dapat meron na tayong skills assessment doon. I remember before kasi meron tayong trade test na tinatawag. So, and in fact, Saudi Arabia, kagaya ng sinasabi ni Kabeni kanina, na dapat magkaroon ng agreemento ang ating bansa, ang ating bansang Pilipinas at ang ating host country dito sa Saudi para i-recognize nila yung certificate na ini-issue ng TESDA. Okay, so the Profession Verification Program has 2 separate tracks. One track aims to examine all skilled workers in their countries in cooperation with selected international examination centers before their arrival to the kingdom. So, sigurado ko meron ng selected international examination centers sa atin sa Pilipinas na nire-recognize na ng Saudi. While the other track aims to examine existing skilled workers in Saudi Arabia in cooperation with certified local examination centers. Yes, they have now already the skill assessment here. In fact, ongoing na yung sa plumbing, electrical, and they're still work out. We now work out nila yung sa domestic air conditioning. So, if you pass, then you will receive a certificate. But if you fail ng 3 beses, exit na po yung ibibigay ng company niyo. So, naway talagang kailangan namin dito ang TESDA. Insisting TESDA, please help us. Program goals. Ano ba yung program goals ng professional verification? It aims to verify the professional's possession of the skills necessary to perform the profession he is working on, by performing a practical and theoretical test in his field of specialization to ensure that unskilled labor does not flow into the labor market, as the test determines the eligibility of the worker to practice a specific profession in accordance with regulations and controls of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Certificate validity and fees of skills verification program for Saudi expats. Will any certificate be issued upon passing the exam? Yes, it is a certificate issued by the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development upon successfully passing the skills verification test. Expected fees of a skill verification program. It is expected but not yet confirmed that the fees of skill verification program for each Saudi expats will be SR 600. Validity of the certificate after passing the exam. The validity of the skill verification certificate is 5 years from the date of issue. It is renewed by taking the test again. So it's the same thing with TESDA. Ang validity ng NC2 natin is 5 years din. So this is our Facebook or blog, facebook.com/PhilcomLiteracy. So, and that's it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Sir
Back to you, Ma'am
Romy.
Femi.
Thank you po, Sir Romy. Thank you po.
Thank you so much, Sir Romy, for sharing with us about the sustaining technology-based skills for current employment and future reintegration. At this time, we will proceed to question and answer portion. We have here one question from Sir Romel, from Sir Ministry of Education, si Sir Romel, may expiration yung assessment certificates, right? I think the purpose is to update the industry skills. If the certificate from TESDA is expired, our OFW skilled individuals can take PVTC assessment, right? So this is the question from Sir Ministry of Education, si Sir, ano gani ya?
Luisa. From Bahrain.
Dureza, yes.
Dureza.
Dureza, yeah.
Sir Dureza.
Sir Romy?
Yes. Okay. What is the question again? Yes, there is an expiration ng validity ng TESDA na in-issue nila. That would be 5 years. And then if you have, I think you don't need, as per the TESDA delegation before, you don't need to take another examination or assessment as long as ginagawa mo yon at meron kang certification na according to the assessment na kinuha mo. So i-renew na lang siya. Pero kung hindi mo siya nagamit, you've been issued a certificate, let's say massage therapist, validity of 5 years, and you did not use that, or you cannot provide a certification that you use that certification, kailangan mo pa rin magpa-assess ulit. Yun yung sinabi po sa amin dati ni Ma'am Marites Ramos. Thank you po.
Okay,
Thank you,
Sir
Romel.
Dureza. Do you have another follow-up question?
Yeah, sir. Yung tanong ko po kanina, pag na-expired na po and the OFW is practicing that profession or area of specialization, na-expired na po yung kanyang certificate from TESDA, pwede po ba siyang kumuha ng updated certification from Saudi Arabia?
No, sir, no. They have to renew their national certificate because may validity siyang 5 years talaga.
Kasi po sa atin sa Philippines, kailangan mong kumuha ng test ulit, di ba?
Yeah.
Like sa amin, motor controls, na-expired na po yung aking TESDA NC2. So kung gusto kong i-renew, kailangan kong kumuha ulit sa Pilipinas ng another set of exam. Kasi di ba yung curriculum niyan nagbabago.
Yes, siguro sir, once na nagbago yung curriculum, yes, you have to take the assessment. But if you're using that NC2, like yung profession, yung sa motor controls mo, yun yung talagang trabaho mo, you just add certification from your employer para
Pero sir,
as a supporting documents nila.
Pero sir, we honor you, your advocacy.
That is according to TESDA before, sir. Ha? Yan po yung sinabi nila sa amin.
We honor your advocacy, sir, to to conduct updated training for our OFWs there in Saudi Arabia. Siguro na I'm sure na naka-base din po yung mga key indicators niyo po sa TESDA, as you mentioned a while ago. And from the first speaker kanina, sabi niya almost the same naman yung key indicators or KPI ng TESDA at saka yung TVTC.
Yeah.
So sana po yun, may continuity po. Halimbawa, na-expired na po yung aking certification from TESDA. So kung kailangan ko siyang i-renew, pwede akong kumuha ng new assessment from Saudi Arabia. Hindi na ako kailangan umuwi sa Pilipinas to take renewal of my TESDA assessment certificate.
Yeah, that is our challenge as OFW po. So they cannot come to us to do the face-to-face assessment because of this pandemic. So we're asking alternative approach, at least online assessment po, para magkaroon pa rin ng visa yung mga certificate natin na pa-expired or expired na.
Last one po. Pasensya na po. Dito po sa Bahrain, pumunta din po dito ang director ng TESDA natin. They're proposing to the Ministry of Education, particularly sa Directorate of Technical and Vocational Education, or parang TESDA rin sa atin yung equivalency, that they will be putting up training centers for OFWs here in Bahrain, and to be placed at the Philippine School Bahrain and other Filipino-owned institutes and schools here. However, this letter, it will lead to bilateral or mutual agreement. It was not pursued. I don't know what's the reason. Maybe it's internal conflict when it comes to their policy sa Bahrainization. Kaya hindi po na-push through dito yung assessment center ng TESDA sa Bahrain. For the information of my fellow Ilonggos, almost 65,000 Filipinos nandito ngayon sa Bahrain. So yun po sana yung purpose before, pero hindi po siya natuloy. Siguro hinarang po ng Congress kasi nga baka against po sa kanilang batas.
In fact, sir, we have the same problema talaga dito. Sa amin din na wala pong training center na accredited ng TESDA dito sa Saudi Arabia. Kasi may po yung host country, there are some restrictions na mahirap i-comply to put up an accredited assessment center here in Saudi Arabia. So yun yung challenge natin. Para tayo
we don't understand kasi you have to prioritize their locals.
Sir Romy, may
Yes,
respond po dito si Ma'am Sheila, yung ika-limang speaker po natin. That is the
Yes,
sabi niya is, good afternoon, there is a need to undergo national competency assessment for expired in situ. If there's a new training regulations for a specific qualification. But if there's none, you could apply for renewal.
Yes.
Yun din po ang explanation po ni Ma'am Mary Ann sa akin noon. Sabi ko sa kanya, ma'am, paano pag nag-expire yung aking in situ? Sabi niya, if you are practicing that in situ, all you need to do is just send a letter to the training center or regional center of TESDA where you applied for in situ, and write a letter that you need to renew your in situ.
Yeah.
So wala pa akong narinig na kailangan kumuha ulit ng assessment unless sasabi dito ni Ma'am Sheila kung may pagbabago po doon sa regulations ng
5 hours na kasi
That's true.
5 hours kasi ito. Kasi yung OJT namin, webinar na.
So, actually, yun din yung explanation. Remember, Sir Din, when you were still here, yun yung explanation ni Ma'am Marites Ramos, the head of the delegates, that no need to take another assessment if you want to renew as long as you're practicing your NC2.
Opo.
Yeah. So, but anyway, this time talagang we need the presence of TESDA. Kasi malaking, lalo ngayong pandemic, so we cannot go for a face-to-face assessment. So, yun ng ano namin, alternative approach like online assessment.
Okay, Sir Romy, thank you po. Ma'am
Thank you
Fem.
po.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sir Romeo B.
Thank you
Capili,
po,
for
Ma'am
having
Femi.
an advocacy of helping Filipinos in Saudi Arabia through your Filcom. At
Thank
this
you po.
point, I will read again our certificate, same citation. So certificate of appreciation is given to Romeo B. Capili for sharing his time, knowledge, and expertise as resource speaker during international webinar on technology transfer and management, outbound, inbound strategies. Sir, to follow na lang ang na-sign na nga certificate.
Thank you po, ma'am. Thank you, Ma'am Femi.
Thank you so much, sir, for
Thank
sharing
you.
with us.
Ingat po kayo.
Romy.
Thank you, Sir
Sa
Dean.
lahat ng
Ingat po.
nakapil ko po dyan.
Okay, thank you pa.
Congrats,
Thank
Director
you,
Romy.
Senator Rani.
At this point, we will proceed to the introduction of our third speaker.
Our next speaker will speak on the management approach in the technology-based multinational workplace. He is currently working as VRF installation and training supervisor for 24 years at Zagzag for Air Conditioning, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. He is an industrial electricity graduate from Don Bosco Training Center. He became thereafter as instructor at Don Bosco Manila for domestic refrigeration and air conditioning. At present, he served as Filcom Training Center's technical director and teaching electrical installation and maintenance, domestic refrigeration and air conditioning, split aircon installation and maintenance, renewable solar energy and basic motor control. He is a native of Laguna, Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you our third speaker, Mr. Benito M. Cinco, Jr.
Sir Jun, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Sir Jun, gusto mo mag-share ng screen? Hello po, Sir Jun. Sir Jun.
Sir Jun.
May technical difficulties yata doon kay...
Hello.
Sir Jun.
Hello. Good afternoon po sa inyong lahat.
Okay, sir. Sandali, sir. I-make host kita para makapag-share po kayo. Mahirap talaga pag pugi. Hirap hanapin pangalan mo rito. Oh. Sana ba? Sandali. Okay, nandito na. Sige po, sir. Make host po kita. Ayan. O, sige, sir.
Okay na po.
Sige na. Pwede na po kayo.
Okay po. Good afternoon po ulit sa ating lahat, sa ating mga staff and sa mga alumni at sa ating pong mga participant. Okay.
Good afternoon, sir.
Maraming salamat po sa pag-imbita bilang bahagi ng webinar na ito. Ako nga po pala si Benito, you can call me Sir Jun or Jun. Okay. Dati rin po akong, dagdagan ko lang po ng konti, pakilala ko. Dati rin po akong nagtuturo sa technical school in Don Bosco, Manila, for 3 to 4 years. And then, nag-decide po ako na lumabas sa pagtuturo para pumunta sa field. Why? kasi po in a school, more on academic lang po, more on theory, although sabihin na 60-40 ang Don Bosco when it comes to theory and laboratory, medyo nag-iisip po ako once na bumalik yung mga trainees o yung mga estudyante na mga alumni, magkukwento na parang nag-iiba yung trabaho nila sa actual na tinapos nila. Okay? And then, by then, lumabas po ako ng Don Bosco at nagtrabaho sa labas, which is true. And then, nung mag-abroad po ako, marami pong bagay na iba. Like for example, sa akin po bilang isang sa technical side, may mga part na hindi ko alam na yung dapat matrabaho natin, hindi natin nagagawa. So magkakaroon po ng pagbabago pa yung prepared natin na trabaho once na lumabas po tayo ng ating bansa at nagtrabaho bilang OFW, nagkakaroon po ito ng slight changes. And then sa bawat sa abroad po, alam natin na iba't iba po ang lahi na nakakasalamuhan natin. And then dito po pumapasok yung iba't ibang klase ng problema in handling multinational personnel. Some common issues is like communication problem. Communication is an important thing in workplace that having a multinational personnel. Each one have their own languages and culture. Because of this, it creates sometimes a misunderstanding that also affect the job to be done. In my experience po, very vital yung communication. Why? Kasi po dahil iba-iba yung languages and culture ng bawat isang individual sa isang multinational company, nagkakaroon po ng conflict. Like in my cases po, I was promoted as manager. But in 3 months, I give it up. Why? Kasi po, yung culture ng Saudi Arabia, medyo malayo po ang pagkakaiba. And then, masasabak ka po sa iba't ibang klase ng nationality, especially yung mga pure na ang ginagamit is Arabic. Okay? I can read and I can write Arabic letters or script, but ang problema po, when it comes to communication na, medyo pag mabilis sila magsalita, hindi po ko kagad kakasabay. So I asked the management na kung po pwede, I'll train as Saudi national to be a new manager and then I will be a backup one. And then the other communication problem issue is low motivation and job satisfaction when it comes to benefits and salaries. May mga iba po kasi na company na yung benefits, as we all know, hindi po nagpapare-parehas, lalo na sa salaries. When you hear na ito si ganito ang sweldo, yung iba po bumabagsak yung performance nila. Why? Dahil po lumalabas na dahil sa hindi pagkakapantay-pantay ng salary, iba yung nakukuha ng bawat isa. Especially, sad to say, meron pong tinatawag na discrimination pagdating sa ating sa mga Pilipino. Although they said, Filipino is always number 1. But when it comes to salary, medyo pilay po tayo pagdating doon. And then, performance issue. Knowledge, experiences, and technical skill. Mostly of the multinational company, they will took much more younger personnel. But the problem with this, sa Pilipino po, sa Pilipinas, we have some certain ages and we call this national certification. Or sinusure ng government natin na pag lumabas ang ating skilled worker, meron po silang alam talaga. But yung other niche po, hindi po na masyadong nangyayari yun. Kaya po pag pagdating sa performance issue, angat po tayo mga Pilipino raw. But as I said before, yung nationality, when you're an Arab nation, medyo angat ka po kagad kahit wala kang alam. Dito lang po sa kampanya namin, dito ko nakakakita nung darating rito, ang trabaho niya is laborer, kargador ng mga appliances namin. After 3 to 6 months, makikita niyo po, mas mataas na siya kaysa sa mga technician. They use their language as their tools para makaangat pagdating sa performance. And then, interpersonal conflict, discrimination, gossip, personal problem, and etc. As we all know, same rin po sa Pilipinas, but in multinational company, when you have different na lahi sa isang kumpanya, mas lumalabas po doon na kung kalahi kita, mali ka o hindi ka mali, nakasuporta ako sa iyo. Yun po yung isa sa mga nagiging problema nating mga kababayan pagdating sa field. Wherein, Pilipino ka, marami kang alam, trabahuhin mo ito. But pagdating po sa office, lahat ng ibang lahi, puro ako po gumawa niyan, ako po gumawa niyan. Nadadown po yung abilidad ng ating mga kababayan. And then paano po namin ito hinaharap? Paano binibigyan ng solution? Like in my case, humahawak po ako ng sarili kong mga tao. Ibinibigay ko po, I'll make it sure, create a friendly and brotherly environment for all the personnel, adapt and respect each and everyone's culture and belief. I'll make it sure po na yung treatment ko sa bawat kasama ko sa trabaho, it's either Egyptian ka, Sudanese ka, India or Pakistan, I'll make sure na yung environment namin nasa isang level yung pagkakaibigan namin. Okay? And then yung respect. Other person are asking me, you're already 24 years in Saudi Arabia in one company, and your company is almost all imam or mutawa. Why you are not go to Islam? As I always said, lagi ko po sinasabi sa mga superior ko, ito po ako, Catholic, Islam ka, but kung bibigyan po natin ng respeto yung bawat belief ng bawat isa sa atin, magiging mas maganda po yung pagsasama natin. So, one way of it, para ma-solve yung kung ano man yung nagiging problema natin sa paghawak sa iba't ibang lahi, dapat po pumasok yung isang bagay na ito.
So John, excuse muna. May
Go, sir.
sinishare po ba kayong presentation, sir, o wala po?
Meron po.
Hindi lumalabas, sir,
Sorry.
Akala ko magbuo tayo eh. Kaya na sinabi mo. Share screen po.
Ay, hindi po lumabas?
Ay, hindi po. Mawawala yung kapugihan mo dyan.
Taglit po ha.
Sorry sorry to interrupt, sir.
Okay lang po. Nakashare
Ayan. Sharing na po.
Ayun, ang layo ko na pala. Ibabalik ko sa unahan?
Kung saan po kayo nag-post, doon na po tayo.
Sige po.
Sir.
Saglit po. Sorry po ha. Ang layo.
Excited ka, sir, Jun,
Ito po.
Nagsa-start sharing na po.
Teka po naghang yata eh. Nahiya yata, sir? Nahiya eh.
Gusto mo ako na lang. Gusto mo ako na
sige
lang.
Po.
O sige, re-reclaim ko mo lang host. Ako na sige, sir.
Sige po. Naghang.
Sige, sir.
Nakikita ba, sir?
Sana ba tayo banda? Performance o interpersonal, ano? Sana ba tayo, sir? Hello, Sir June.
Wait, Sir Kim, ang yung kanyang refer. So, nilagyan ko na lang ni Sir.
Sir John, nandiyan na po sa screen. Nasi-share ko na po yung presentation nila.
So, wait, ang yung kanyang laptop niya. Yes, yes, wait. Ayun, doon na lang po yung Sir Dean?
Yes,
may
sir.
Technical problem yung kanyang laptop. Pwede ba niyang gamitin yung laptop ko?
Oh, pwede sir. Sige po, dyan na lang po siya magsalita. Nakashare na po ba nga yung slides niya eh?
Nakashare na ba yung slides niya? Kung hindi ko makita yung slides niya.
Oh, siya rin nakakano.
Hindi na lang siya. Ito na. Okay. So, Sir Dean, gamitin na lang ito ako, ha?
Oh, sige po. Sige, sir.
Okay.
Sir Jun.
Okay, reset na lang ito sa kabila. Hello.
Oh, sir, sige po. Anong slides po tayo, sir?
Down pa po.
Performance.
Next slide. Next slide. Almost naroon po na sa dulo eh. Okay, dyan na po. Hello?
Oh, sige, sir. Sige po. Yan na
So,
ba?
I'll continue po. Opo. So, yung
sige
next po, pasensya na po kayo ha. Naghang yung medyo binago po kasi yung slide ko. Iko-continue ko na lang po itong nauna ko ibigay kay Sir Dean. Hello?
Sige, sir. Hindi kaya yata nakapagpaalam doon kay sa kumpanya.
Hindi po naghang. The next po is try to communicate in a very basic form of language use available. So, in the field po, dahil sabi nga, iba-iba yung lahi, iba-iba yung form of languages na ginagamit natin, it's better para magkaroon ng clear communication, gamitin po natin yung basic form ng language. Ano po ito? Usually, pag sa case ko po, bukod sa pagsasalita, binibigay ko po yung what you call this, pagmumonstra kung ano yung gagawin. Although, once na nagtatrabaho po tayo sa isang multinational company, we need to learn their basic languages. In here, ang natutunan ko po, yung mas fluent po ako magsalita ng Arabic kaysa sa English. Wherein kasi po, part ng pagiging supervisor ko, isa po akong inspector wherein halos lahat ng customer na nakakasalamuha ko is purely local. So I need to learn their basic tongue para makapag-communicate. And then, yung mga ibang lahi like India and Pakistan and Sudan, halos marunong naman po sila mag-Arabic. So yun po ang usually ginagamit namin. And then, third practical solution is don't be a grammar Nazi. The important thing is your understanding each other and he can follow what want him to do. Okay? Grammar Nazi, it means no need po to be stick kung tama ang grammar, tama ang pagkakasabi, tama ang spelling. No need po. Usually po, pagdating po kasi sa Arabic culture, hindi po uso yung tinatawag natin na tamang grammar, tamang spelling. O it's the very best po na gawin natin mas simple para magka-intindihan or yung communication natin sa bawat isa mas maging maganda. And then, next practical solution is train and insist to call each spare parts and equipments in, excuse me, ano po ito? Ay, kaya ano pala ito? Sir, may nag-block.
Hindi na po, bumalik ha.
Okay. Okay po. Sorry. Train and insist to call each spare parts and equipment in a standard name So you can have a standard universal technical name as per equipment manuals. It will be handy in making discussion about the progress and problems during meetings. This solution po, I'll make it sure na kapag magpapatawag po ko ng meeting or ng training, once na may dumating po na bagong technology from Japan or from about our products, I immediately call some trainings po wherein para yung bawat isang equipment, iisa lang po yung magiging standard name. Kasi po, like for example natin, sa technical name, alam natin po yung wrenches, adjustable wrenches. Pag sinabi po natin, kahit marunong po sila mag-English, hindi po naintindihan. So bumabalik po tayo ron as spanner, yung po ang ginagamit natin. Kung yung iba po kasi, medyo as I go back, hindi po lahat talaga na dumarating rito sa Saudi Arabia, purely yun ang talagang tinapos nila, lalo na sa ibang lahi. So, it's better na magkakaroon po tayo lagi ng iisang universal name kung pagdating po sa spare parts and equipment in technical side. And then, next is the familiarization of personnel with the product equipment used on site by reading each equipment manual in every particular unit. Installation, maintenance, and repair are always in manual. Grab every available training seminar opportunity offered. About this one, it's always a big factor po kung laging magkakaroon or lagi natin pinapag-grab sa mga employees or yung mga friend natin na kasama, yung i-grab ang trainings and seminars opportunity na ibinibigay. Like for me po, every time na nagbabakasyon po ako sa Pilipinas, I was always guest speaker sa isa naming samahan sa Pinoy Master International. Where there, pinaliliwanag ko rin po kung ano-ano yung po pwede nilang harapin once na lumabas sila ng Pilipinas. So, it's better na lagi po tayong uma-attend sa mga seminars and training kung may mga pagkakataon. And then always do systematically and methodologically approach to the problem. In our technical alumni sa mga nag-aral ng mga technical courses, it's better lagi po natin i-approach yung problem first ng nasa sistema at nasa maayos na pamamaraan bago tayo pumunta roon sa pagre-repair. As always, troubleshooting is the hardest part. Repairing is an easiest part. Alam po ng bawat isang alumni o graduate ng technical kung paano mag-repair. Okay, napakasimple po nung mag-repair. Ang problema, ang lagi po natin binabalikan, ang sinasabi sa mga tao ko, dapat alam nyo yung sanhi o pinanggagalingan ng problema bago natin gawin yung solusyon. And then, motivate them that every works that they done is representation of themselves, their craftsmanship, and it will later on be noticed by the company as years past. Financial benefits will be awarded. Example, salary increase, incentive, and other. Each and everyone has his own time to shine. Learn from mistakes of other. Collect every knowledge, wisdom that you can pick up in every job situation. And later on, it is for their advantages in gaining higher position and salary. This is the one we are using to attack yung doon sa differences natin para po once na na-motivate natin sila, yung sinasabi natin lack of performance sila, yung performance nila na bumabagsak, once na na-motivate natin sila, napaka-importante po yun. Binibigyan natin sila ng bagong lakas para yung performance nila maitaas na sa pamamagitan na yung tinatrabaho mo ngayon, kung gagawin mo na mas maayos, lahat po yan nagkakaroon ng epekto. In the long run, makikita yung paghihirap natin. Okay? As I said, sa mga tao ko po, na compose ng India, Pakistan, Pilipino. Sa Pilipino po, wala akong masyadong problema dahil ang lagi ko sinasabi sa mga Pilipino, once na tayong mga Pilipino gumawa, siguraduhin na natin na pinaganda natin kasi trabaho natin yun. Ganon din po ang ginagawa ko sa mga ibang lahi ko wherein yung ibang group, ibang lahi, kaya po nila gustong pumunta sa team na talagang exclusive kong hinahawakan dahil yung motivation, pilit ko pong itinataas. Para po yung job na binibigay, matatapos natin na maayos. And then, avoid horseplaying on site, especially with physical contact, rude jokes about family. And lastly, always think positive. There's always tomorrow for another new day. Usually po hindi natin minsan maiwasan sa pag meron kang iba't ibang lahi, nagkakaroon po ng tinatawag natin na biruan, mga hindi magaganda, o kung minsan pagka nakikita natin na down yung kasama natin, mas ginagatungan pa natin. Dapat po kahit paano maiwasan ito. Meron po tayong tinatawag na mga biruan pero dapat yung biro na hindi nakakasakit. And then, as always po, lagi ko pinaalala, lagi natin inaano, na safety first. Safety first po sa bawat ginagawa natin, dapat po lagi natin pinag-iiral yung pag-iingat sa trabaho. So, that will conclude my presentation po. Sana po kahit paano makatulong. Thank you po.
Thank you, Sir Jun.
Thank you very much, Sir Jun.
Welcome po.
Okay, let's proceed to the question and answer portion.
Meron ba tayong ma'am question sa chat box?
So message lang siguro, sir. From Sir Duresa. So, sir, basic, yes, Arabic is needed when speaking to the general community in ME. So, that's the importance of communication according to Sir Duresa. Okay, so let's proceed to the giving of certificates to Sir Benito M. Cinco Jr. So the certificate of appreciation is awarded to Benito M. Cinco Jr. for sharing his time, knowledge, and expertise as a resource speaker during the international webinar on technology transfer and management, outbound, inbound strategies, held in August 27, 2021 via Zoom. Okay, sir, to follow lang sir ang with signature na ni Sir Mo yung certificate.
Thank you very much po.
Sir Jun,
Thank you so much,
sa time, Sir Jun.
Thank you po.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you rin po.
Okay, at this time, we will proceed to the introduction of our fourth speaker.
Next speaker is to present the current trends and practices offered by technology-centered academe. Foremost, he is the inventor of toroid cord tungsten inert gas and shielded metal arch welding machine, or toroid cord TIG and SMA welding machine. A doctor of industrial technology and a master of science and industrial education major in electrical technology. He is the current dean of the College of Industrial Technology, ISAT, Philippines. A warm welcome to our fourth speaker, Dr. Rene L. Selda.
Sir Rene.
Hey, thank you, Sir Dean. Thank you, Sir Montemi. So I think good afternoon to our guest and to our speakers, to speaker, co-presenter. Good afternoon to you all. I have prepared my recorded video. So Sir Dean, can you play my
Sure, sir. Okay. Sige, sir.
Thank you, Sir Dean. To our University President, Dr. Raul F. Muyong, our Vice President for Administration and Finance, Dr. Gabriel M. Stanistic Jr., the Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Corazon C. Formal, the Vice President for Research and Extension, Dr. Carmelo B. Ambot, our Vice President for External Affairs, Dr. Lemia H. Babaquiao, my co-presenters, university officials, Dr. Domenico Sergio Valenciana, our graduate studies program coordinator, Dr. Erman Ganghi, the professor for DIT 615, Mr. Hinaro, DIT students who one of the brain to make this webinar in a reality, graduate students, faculty who are present today, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant afternoon to everyone. It is my opportunity to one of the resource person in this international webinar on technology transfer and management inbound, outbound strategies initiated by the ISAT CIT Advanced Education Program for a Doctor of Industrial Technology. The topic assigned to me was the current trends and practices offered by technology-centered academia. For centuries, including food, clothing, and shelter, were manufactured by hand. The first industrial revolution marked the beginning of modern manufacturing practices. Since then, operations have developed quickly. Industry 5.0 simultaneously advances in the artificial machines, robotics, Internet of Things, e-cars, 3D printings, and other trends of technology of 2020 and beyond. So, however, the distance learning has become the one trend that rules them all. The COVID-19 pandemic has drastically changed the way we teach and learn. So the COVID-19 changed the strategy of teaching. The COVID-19 changes the strategy of students on how to learn. So the students now have to get used to distance learning via digital platforms due to social distancing. Each institutions develop their own platform to tailor their teaching and learning strategies. Laboratory activities is the most effective way of learning, even though the most of the technology universities are reopening. This trend may continue until the end of the pandemic and may be the practice as a new normal. So the laboratory, industrial technology program, the biggest part of the strategy is the laboratory. 60% laboratory, 40% lecture. So the institutions have prepared this type of strategy to make it more effective. So the ISAT University prepared for a new normal. The ISAT University has its own strategy to make it adjust on this new normal. So we on the ISAT University have developed a strategy how to deal in this kind of pandemic. So the university developed its own virtual learning environment. According to Mr. Moyong, our university president, we created our own virtual learning environment, VLE, as part of the approved learning continuity plan of the university. This investment is for a long haul. It is designed to bridge learning while face-to-face is not allowed and augment the teacher-learner experience when pandemic is gone. So VLE is our platform. The ISAT University developed a Moodle platform to tailor the need of the students and the teachers. So we train the teachers on how they develop an instructional materials, how they develop the modules, and we train the teachers how to use the teaching and learning environment, the Moodle platform, wherein the faculty uploaded their instructional materials, uploaded their instructions, uploaded their examinations, and also uploaded their videos on how they used to reach the students by means of this pandemic. The students also, we also train the students on how to use this VLE, how the students response the needs of the teachers by using the VLE. So the students also send their activities, their finished activities, their examinations, whatever the requirements needed by the faculty through this virtual learning. So by means of this virtual learning instructions, such as go on distance way. So the ISAT University virtual learning environment is our response to all of times. It is a dynamic platform that is attuned to the needs of our students and the faculty members. Okay, so the College of Industrial Technology and also the ISAT University is one of the among technology-centered academy offering technology program. So we designed, we developed the strategy. If possible, after the end of this pandemic, we can continue the strategy for these reasons. So limited face-to-face, if it may come out, if it comes to reality, the ISAT University is now ready for that process. We are in our learning plan, we have a strategy on how to make it a limited face-to-face learning. So the ISAT University is mandated to provide education, training for the production and manufacturing skills with graduate capable of performing technical, managerial, research, entrepreneurial roles and functions. So with the minimum standard and other requirements and guidelines are expressed in a minimum set of desired program outcomes, decide on the curriculum to attain the outcome. We developed this program and design the outcome to tailor the needs of the industry, to tailor the needs of the community. So the ISATU and other SUCs are allowed to design the curricula suited to their own context and missions to provide they can demonstrate the same needs and attainment of the required minimum set of outcomes. So the Bachelor of Industrial Technology program is intended to prepare students for the professional industrial technology programs and impart the body of knowledge, skills, attitude, values, and experience that will provide prospective industrial worker with a necessary competence, essential and effective efficient platform and manufacturing technologies and research functions. Research functions is mandated and embedded to this program that designed for the what they call the technological development research. The developmental research is designed on this program wherein the student someday can develop a gadget that could be a patentable someday. So the Bachelor of Industrial Technology program has different specializations such as electronics, electrical, heating and ventilating technology, automotive technology, welding and fabrication technology, mechanical technology, cosmetology, civil technology, fashion and apparel technology, drawing and drafting technology, food technology. All these specializations, we prepare the desired equipment, the desired instructional materials, the desired facilities to enhance the teaching and learning strategy. So we procure the state-of-the-art equipment that that our students can learn their laboratory experiences as accordance to the need of the industry. So the allied programs of this BIT or Industrial Technology Program, we have the mechanical engineering, manufacturing, engineering management, statistics, business administration, computer, electrical engineering, industrial engineering, civil engineering, information technology, electronics engineering. So the engineerings on these sides they have to design, and the graduates of the Bachelor of Industrial Technology are the persons who work in the applications. So we work hand in hand, the engineering and the technologies, to make it a better workmanship on the industry. So when the two will tandem, the engineering will design and the technologies will do some of the application works. So the specific profession, career level upon the graduation of this program, competency standard for BIT graduates, they can be a technologist, they can be a specialist in their own field, and they can be a quality controller to a certain industry. Partly it may be they should be an industry manager, or it may become a supervisor, and they have so much experience in their field. They can be a consultant and can be a technology developer, a researcher, because the research is embedded to the curriculum. Further, they can be an innovator, or a businessman, can be a technopreneur and an inventor. So the IT technology, the Bachelor of Industrial Technology, during their first year, prepares them to become an operative worker for particular skill or application. No? So, and the second year, the students are trained to become productive craftsmen with a global competitiveness. So all students in the curriculum are industry-oriented. So it provides specialized shop training, progressive training to enable the students to master the fundamentals as well as the skills of occupation for which the training is designed. So in addition, the desired related subjects, of course, are offered to augment the technical competencies and employability of the students, as well as capability to manage the enterprise. In the third year, they are provided with advanced science and technology course to become technician of entrepreneurs and lead man and their chosen occupation. And the subjects in the third year provide students with opportunity to gain insight into trends and policies and concepts and relevant laws affecting technical training programs with the research, industrial organizations, and management. We have a professional subjects for them. So knowledge and management is high essential in the development of students' leadership qualities for higher position in industry or in managing small and medium enterprise. The fourth year will train them to become technologists, industry and research orientation and management training to become a supervisor or manager, because they will be exposed on the job training. They will be sent to different industries for internship program for 2 semesters. So this is the Bachelor of Industrial Technology program. We have here example of the framework for electrical technology. We have the different areas, but we need only to have this example. So for the first year, the job categories of this upon enrollment of the first year, they can be a line operator, or either they can be a small appliance repairman. So there is no competency we identified during the review for this first year, because the content or the major subjects will be not aligned for the competencies as stated on the Technical Education Skills Development Authority. And the second year, the competencies, the students can take the electrical installation and maintenance too of the Technical Education Skills Development Authority, or TESDA, and electrical installation and maintenance 3. So from the first year, the second year, first semester, NC2, and for second semester, NC3. So the job categories for them, they can be a maintenance electrician, building wiring electrician, and production line technician. And also they can become a supervising technician, can be an assistant electrical foreman, electrical assistant electrical supervisor, or can be a leadman, or either it can be a motor repairman. For their second year, their third year rather, the competencies will be electric power distribution construction NC2. So they can take electric power distribution line NC2 because of the content of the curricular structure. They can also take the electric power distribution operator or and maintenance NC2, and also they can also take the electrical installation and maintenance NC4. So once they have these competencies issued by the Technical Education Skills Development Authority, they can be a quality control and assurance officer, and also a supervising technician, and can be an electrical foreman, or either they can be an electrical supervisor. For the 4th year, the competencies can be an electric power distribution operator or maintenance support. And also they can take the registered master electrician examination by the Professional Regulation Commission, or the PRC. So the job categories for this, if they are in 4th year, they can be a production line supervisor, they can be a technopreneur, they can be a technology developer, a technologist, specialist, innovator, researcher, consultant, quality controller, industry manager, or inventor. So these are the job categories and the competencies of the Bachelor of Industrial Technology program, major, and electrical technology. So this how we design the Bachelor of Industrial Technology program, tailored to the technical needs, technological needs of the industry. Okay, so thank you for this opportunity that I am here. So thank you, everyone, and God bless.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Rene Elcelda, for sharing with us the trends and practices in ISAT University. At this time, we will read
question and answer.
Yeah.
We do not have a question in the chat box. Anybody can raise question to Sir Zelda?
Anybody from the participants who would like to ask this program that we are offering here in our ISAT, especially the Bachelor of Industrial Technology? Yeah, si Dr. Durisa from Bahrain. Sir,
Sir Duresa, you're recognized.
You're recognized, sir.
Thank you po. Good afternoon po sa lahat. My question for, Dr. Rene, how do we adjust our curriculum since we have already Key 12 in your presentation po kanina? For the 1st year, there's no skills competency written in there. However, if a student graduated from Key 12 and majoring, example, electrical technology, so how do we compare po our curriculum from the ISAT-U and from the schools who are offering the Key 12 po?
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon.
Thank you.
So in only in electrical technology have no competency, but there are some areas there are competencies in 1st year aligned to TESDA. So for the question of Sir Duesta with regards to the alignment of the DepEd for the curriculum, we designed the curriculum for 4 years. So we understood that there are graduates of high school, senior high school, which is graduate in technical vocational TVL rather, no, and major in electrical technology. However, based on our experience, there are only few percentage of TVL, major electrical technology, who are going to proceed to electrical technology. So therefore, our curriculum, we design our curriculum rigidly, which means that we dissect the curriculum. In the 1st year, we design a curriculum. For example, the 1st semester, we design it by means of shop processes, instruments, and electrical circuits. So rigidly, we deal with the circuits on the bachelor's degree. And then on the 2nd semester, we deal with instrumentations, the instruments and measurements. And then I think if we're going to go back to compare, we can compare the curriculum of TESDA because TESDA is tailored to the competency, the curriculum of DepEd tailored to the competency of TESDA, and the design, specialized design of the SUC is different compared to the senior high, now the TESDA curriculum. So I think as what you have said, that we go deeper, no? We go deeper the principles of the curriculum as compared to the principles given by in senior high. Sir?
Thank you, Sir Rene. Dr. Rene, I'm sorry kung ako lang yung nag-inquire. Siguro aligned lang po yung aking ginagawa ngayon sa topic.
Yes, sir.
Kasi po dito po sa Bahrain, yung full-time work ko po dito, I'm teaching in technical vocational education ng Bahrain, and I'm teaching what I've learned from the WVCST, now ISAT-U. Yun po, nagtuturo po kami ng K-12 dito. And yun nga sabi ko kanina, majoring in electrical technology. Kung baga yung curriculum po kanina na pinakita nyo, yung first year at saka second year level po, tinuturo na po namin dito sa K-12 nila. So hanggang kung yung curriculum kasi dito, yung senior high school kasi nila, nagsisimula po yun sa 15 years old. 16 and 17, that's equivalent sa atin ng first year, second year, and third year college before, nung wala pa po tayong K-12. So pag nakagraduate na po dito yung estudyante sa K-12 nila, ready na po sila for job pagkatapos nila ng K-12, kasi yung tinuturo namin dito like industrial, electric motor controls, sa kanila, nagagawa na nila compare po sa curriculum po kanina.
Yeah. Kasi dito sir sa four year natin may mga general education tayo na subject na ini-embed, and then with the professional subjects. So but here in Philippines sa ating senior high, I think hanggang sila sa in-situ lang, no? In-situ, EIM in-situ ang sa senior high. And then there are graduates of senior high that not a graduate of TVL in situ. There are some UMs, there are some STEM, ano pang ibang ano yun. So we give a bridging time to them to catch up the subjects matter.
Yung purpose para po sa majority.
Sa majority yan.
Pero po don't worry, kasi yung mga estudyante dito, konti lang talaga yung only if you are interested to learn and to work in that area. So sa atin, kung baga yung equipment at saka facilities kung ilalagay sa atin, lalo pang magiging competent po yung ating mga trainees. Kasi when I remembered when I was in WVCST, we're the one buying our materials.
Yes.
When we do projects like transformer, radio, and other things, we're the one buying it. Compared here, it was provided by the government. All the equipment and materials are free.
Yes, so, sir. Dito sir, ganun din sir, no? Sa ngayon time, because we are full scholar at CHED scholar, bawal na maghingi ng mga pambili ng materials sa estudyante. We have allotted laboratory materials for them. So free lahat, no? Kahit bond paper, free, no? Bawal na dito sa atin sa Pilipinas maghingi ng bond paper sa students because the administration of Duterte and Popoy de Vera, our CHED commissioner, give the full scholarship for the Filipino people. So naka-avail, no, dito ang ating mga enrolled sa ISAT-U. So yun, maganda sir, kasi ako experience ko yan na kami dati bumibili din, no? Pero mas maganda ngayon kasi naalat na namin yung mga supplies and materials. Mayroon ng budget para diyan. Thank you, sir.
Wow.
Okay, so thank you very much, Sir
Congratulations po.
Domenes and Sir Zelda. Now we have last more question from our chat box.
Okay, Mama, this is from Seth Romano. This is addressed to Dr. Zelda. Sir, for the OJT students, can they have their on-the-job training in different companies during this pandemic?
Yes, and during this pandemic, we have what we call the Continuity Development Plan, the ISAT. So this pandemic, we allow students, especially graduating students, to have their OJT. However, their OJT will be done in the community only. So their OJT will be 50%, 40% for industry and 60% home base. So their SIP coordinator will coordinate to them, will give them the OJT center, local OJT center for them to have an OJT, and then their 60% remaining number of hours will be intended to their home for their lectures and other presentations of their SIP coordinator. So ganun pa rin, no? Go pa rin ang ating OJT ngayon. Kaya lang, medyo limitado lang, no? Local lang kanilang industry na pupuntahan.
Sir. Sir, thank you po.
Thank you, sir. Another additional lang concept from Sir Lindo. Not all students enrolled in college are graduate of TVL track. Same as not all areas in electrical trades are taken during senior high school. Thus, the BIT program do intervention. So that's the what Sir Zelda kanina sir sinabi na may mga intervention. Okay? So let's proceed to the awarding of certificate to Dr. Rene L. Zelda for sharing his time, knowledge, and expertise as resource speaker during the international webinar on technology transfer and management, outbound inbound strategies, held in August 27, 2021 via Zoom. Okay, again, sir, to follow lang ang certificate niya, may signature ni Sir Moyong. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
At this juncture, let us proceed to the introduction of our next speaker.
Speaking on sustaining technology-based skills through local and national programs is coming from Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, TESDA, in the province of Iloilo, Philippines. She has wide experience in the facilitation, implementation, and monitoring of technical vocational education and training or TVET programs. Under her wings are the TESDA regulatory programs on technical education and skills development, technology research and development, learning development, curriculum and training aids development, and unified TVET program registration and accreditation systems for institution, enterprise, school, and industry-based programs. Further, significant part of her experience is the provision of assistance to companies and/or industries and other stakeholders for the promotion of emerging green jobs and future skills. Guest and participants, a virtual applause to a speaker, Ms. Sheila H. Judilla, Administrator, TESDA Provincial Office Training Center, Province of Iloilo, Philippines.
Hello, Ma'am Sheila. Good afternoon po.
Good afternoon, Ma'am Sheila.
Ma'am Sheila.
Good afternoon, sir. Please allow me po to share my screen.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Okay, ma'am. You can now share your screen po.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay na, sir?
Okay, sir. Ma'am, andyan na po, ma'am. Showing na po.
Okay, good afternoon. So, please allow me to turn off my cam for better connectivity. to Dr. Erman Ganhe, Dr. Rene L. Zelda, Dr. Raul Muyo, the CIT Doctor of Industrial Technology students, fellow presenters, our dear OFWs from Saudi Arabia, good day. Thank you for this opportunity to share with you TESDA strategies on sustaining technology-based skills through local and national programs. I think most of us are familiar with or has an idea of what the fourth industrial revolution is. So you can see in the slides that the first industrial revolution used water and steam power to mechanize production. The second used electric power to create mass production. The third used electronics and information technology to automate production. Now, a fourth industrial revolution is building on the third, the digital revolution that has been occurring since the middle of the last century. It is characterized by a fusion of technologies that is blurring the lines between the physical, digital, and biological spheres. The possibilities of billions of people connected by mobile devices with unprecedented processing power, storage capacity, and access to knowledge are unlimited. And these possibilities will be multiplied by emerging technology breakthroughs in the fields such as artificial intelligence, robotics, the Internet of Things, autonomous vehicles, 3D printing, nanotechnology, biotechnology, material science, energy storage, and quantum computing. And with the pandemic that we are experiencing right now, we are virtually connected by our gadgets. We have virtual meetings using different platforms, and we have webinars just like what we are having right now. Sorry. While advanced software, artificial intelligence, robots, machines, and the likes have made everyday tasks at home, as well as complex work at work much easier, they have rendered human input obsolete. Most jobs, such as bookkeepers, retail assistants, pharmacists, are already being replaced by artificial intelligence software and robots that can finish the job faster. This trend is expected to intensify over the next 2 decades, leading to the extinction of most jobs that were exclusively done by humans a decade ago. The silver lining in this looming job crisis is the necessity of new jobs that will be born out of the need to deal with the inevitable transformation caused by the fourth industrial revolution. According to economists Eric Barjanson and Andrew McAfee, the demand for highly skilled workers has increased while the demand for workers with less education and lower skills has decreased. You will notice that in order to be of relevance in the future,
Ma'am, excuse ma'am. Ma'am, pwede mo slideshow? Oo, para makita.
Yes,
Full
sir.
screen.
Okay. You will notice that in order to be of relevance in the future, one must be equipped with what we call the 21st century skills, wherein these skills are already embedded in TESDA's training regulations. So in the slides, you can see the 12 21st century skills, such as critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, communication, information literacy, media literacy, technology literacy, flexibility, leadership, initiative, productivity, and social skills. So these skills are intended to help students keep up with the lightning pace of today's modern markets. Each skill is unique in how it helps students, but they have one quality in common. They are essential in the age of the internet. The following slides is to provide context on the area-based and demand-driven TVET and how it relates to the overall planning in the TVET, or the Technical Vocational and Education Training, as Tesla's way of getting abreast to the fourth industrial revolution. So we have the approaches on national and regional demand-driven planning of TVET. So TESDA implements a policy-oriented, sector-focused, area-based, and demand-driven approach, or we call this the SAM approach, which intends to identify skills priorities. Essentially, it is a set of analytical techniques and procedures that are policy-oriented because they explicitly call for the setting up of TESD, or Technical Education and Skills Development Priorities, in the light of all public policies that affect TESD. Sector focused because they concentrate on economic sectors and industries that are key and crucial to the development of a given geographical area. Area-based because they are designed as a bottom-up approach in determining local skills needs, given the diversities and complementarities of different areas in the country. Moreover, it aims to promote the active participation of stakeholders at local levels, not only in identifying skills needs, but also in coming up with appropriate actions to meet such skills needs. Labor market driven because they require honest to goodness labor market analysis of shortages in identified critical skills. The following slides will show the different policies where we anchor or TESDA anchors all its programs, as well as the sectors which are prioritized. First, we have the Philippine Quality Assured TVET system, as shown in your screen, is the framework that guides us in planning and program implementation in the technical, vocational education and training. Partnership, but relationship are manage the technical education system through relevant concepts and directions, and enhance the employability and productivity through the delivery of programs according to priority needs. Second, we are guided by the National Technical Education and Skills Development Plan, or the NTSDP, for the years 2018 to 2022. TESDA, as the TVET authority in the Philippines, has the mandate to ensure that we are responsive to the roadmap and policy in which all of our programs and initiatives are anchored on. The NTSDP has identified the country's key employment generators. Such key employment generators consist either of industries that we have large employment bases and are growing very rapidly, or those with high growth rates and good economic multiplier effects, and those that have large employment bases but have exhibited negative or minimal growth rate in the past but need to be revitalized, as these industries are important to the economy in terms of value added and employment. Such priority sectors are agriculture, fisheries and forestry, including agro-processing, construction, IT-BPO, IT-BPM, transport, communication and storage, manufacturing, health, wellness, and other social services, tourism, hotels, and restaurants. Third, TESDA has also crafted the Tibet PH Fourth Industrial Revolution Framework. This is the opportunities brought by this phenomenon. The Tibet PH Fourth IR framework contains specific measures to ensure the right competencies are imparted to Tibet learners, particularly the youth. Those you see with red dots are what would specifically have an impact on our learners: skills, anticipation and forecasting, capacity building and upskilling of Tibet human resources and learning facilitators, modernization and upgrading of Tibet schools and institutions, development of emerging technology responsive standards and curriculum, and adopting a flexible and agile learning delivery system. Fourth, in response to COVID-19 crisis, TESDA developed its operational plan, or the TESDA Abot Lahat, Tibet towards the new normal. Currently, we are on phase 3, or the structural phase, where we are shifting to regular implementation of all TESDA programs under new normal conditions. So I think this is one of the answers, no, to the question kanina of assessment, no, on conduct of online competency assessment. So nasa third phase pa lang po yung TESDA. No? Okay, so the priority sectors under the OPLAN are agriculture, construction, health, and information and communications technology, which is in line with the government's trust on ensuring food security, supporting the flagship Build infrastructure program for economic recovery, providing adequate medical care, and strengthening connectivity. Fifth, we are also guided by the recommendations of the Tibet sector study, which was developed by the Asian Development Bank with TESDA, which emphasizes the need to seek new and effective ways of securing industry engagement in Tibet, including anticipating skills demand, ensuring better targeting of Tibet programs, limiting mismatches, and improving labor market outcomes, and standardizing and improving workshops, equipment, and digital solutions to meet international norms and improve quality. Recently, the Philippine Skills Framework Initiative was launched by DTI, or the Department of Trade and Industry, and TESDA in partnership with Skills Future Singapore. This initiative aims to cooperate and enhance Philippine human capital and the reskilling and skills upgrading of the country's workforce by preparing them for sectors such as supply chain and logistics, construction, IT, BPM, cybersecurity, tourism, manufacturing, food, health and wellness, and creative industry. With these policies and sector information, TESDA introduced reforms in Tibet program delivery. The area-based and demand-driven Tibet is responsive to the critical needs defined by the industries and employer to produce rightfully skilled workers in a specific area or locality. The TVET sector needs to respond to the changing needs of the labor market and the economy in general. Therefore, a one-size-fits-all approach may not be applicable and appropriate, considering the varying geographical characteristics and industrial layout of the regions and provinces. Although there are commonalities in the industry's needs, there will be variations from one region to another. Given this, area industry-based focus on program delivery must be considered. So the area-based and demand-driven TVET aims to deliver TVET programs according to the identified skills priorities and emerging skills needs in the area. This concept has been thought of as a direct translation of our strategy and purposive response of agility and flexibility, addressing global competitiveness while opening the door of opportunities for social inclusion. Second, the TVET around the globe calls for various strategies and change in paradigms in order to maintain the agency's relevance. The adopt and adapt strategy allows development of standards and strengthen quality assurance mechanisms for immediate program delivery. Third, it zooms and focuses on the skills needs as characterized by the industry's employers in the area. Industry participation and a direct relationship is established with its industry partners, keeping us informed on the workforce needs and development. And lastly, the need for an area industry focus is highlighted so that TESDA stays relevant at all levels of its operations. In summary, the area-based demand-driven TVET framework provides the following outcomes. First, transform TESDA from a supply-driven to a demand-driven organization, provide a clear and purposive scholarship and investment allocation, rationalize target setting, and utilization of training regulations or competency standards. Most importantly, with area-based demand-driven TVET framework, the issue of job skills mismatch in the country may be addressed. Thank you.
Ma'am She, thank you.
Thank you so much, Moshe, for sharing with us the topic about sustaining technology-based skills through local and national programs. Now for the question and answer portion.
Speaking
Ma'am She?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, meron po ditong isang tanong po. Mula po kay Sir Oscar de Ocampo. Sabi niya, why we don't have technical drafting in situ assessment center here in Western Visayas?
Okay, so as far as I can remember, meron po tayong pinadala no, from WBSU po ata yun, as our regional, hindi naman siya regional lead trainer, but one of the trainers of TESDA Region 6 na nag-undergo ng National Competency Assessment for technical drafting. However, hindi po sila nakapagpa-register ng program. And for the information of everybody, no, before makapag-offer ang isang eskwelahan, no, ng isang technical vocational training, no, dapat ipa-register siya muna with the TESDA provincial office, no, and it happens po dito sa in the case of WBSU, dapat dito nag-register sa TESDA Iloilo provincial office, no. So that's why wala tayong training center, no, or eskwelahan na nag-offer ng technical drafting. And then wala rin nag-apply, no, as a accredited competency assessment for technical drafting. But in other regions, meron po.
Po ma'am, yan din po nangyari sa akin kasi instead po na mag-spend pa ako ng vacation kasama yung family ko rito, I went to Cebu City just to take the in situ for drafting. Yes, So sana po makapagbigay po ng isang assessment center po dito sa Western Visayas.
Yes, sir. And with that, sir, no, I would like to encourage the mga instructors of ISAT-U, because if meron pong appropriate na eskwelahan or SUC na mag-offer ng training for technical drafting, it's ISAT-U. And as far as I can remember, I think last 2 years ago, we have conducted an orientation with the faculty and staff of ISAT-U for the process on how to register the program. And meron pong registered program yung ISAT-U with TESDA before yung animation NC2 or NC3 to the animation. However, may bago ng training regulation, so hindi na nakapag-apply for another program registration yung ISAT-U. And as of this time, wala pong registered program with TESDA Iloilo Provincial Office yung ISAT-U.
Okay ma'am, meron po tayo ditong comment from the Saudi Arabia, sa isa po sa speakers po natin kanina. Sabi po ni Sir Vinny, appreciated po, can you expound further the new normal TESDA? Are the online portfolio assessment top of the list? Thank you.
Okay. Actually, we have this flexible learning in Tibet, So we have different types of flexible learning, or Tibet delivery, under this new normal. So we have the full online, blended learning, which is combination po siya ng online saka face-to-face, and then we have also this combination of distance learning and face-to-face. So yung mga schools na may registered program sa amin, halos lahat na po sila kapag pa-recognize, na-issue na sila ng Certificate of Recognition for flexible learning. However, in the case of assessment, per our TESDA circular, because lahat po ng ating mga ginagawa dito sa baba as implementors, because our policy making body is our TESDA central office, so lahat kami dito sa baba mga implementors. And with regards to the conduct of online assessment, we have only specific qualifications, like TM, trainer's methodology. Yun lang po ang nakalagay na allowed po tayo for the online assessment. However, for the information of everybody, last few months ago, nakapag-conduct din ng virtual assessment sa Barangay Health Services, and one of the instructors of the New Lucena Polytechnic College nakakuha ng assessment, virtual assessment sa Barangay Health Services, in preparation po, for the, siguro, hindi natin alam, pero at our central office, is crafting, nagdi-design ng mga programa para lahat po ng pangangailangan, especially ng ating mga OFWs, makater lahat yon, Kasi during this time of pandemic, alam natin that our economy, talagang bumagsak yung economy natin, and yung isa sa mga layunin ng TESDA is to help boost the economy, and that is through trainings and certification of our OFWs. And for the information of everyone, kami dito sa Provincial Training Center dito sa Iloilo, Provincial Training Center Iloilo, located kami dito sa Bulong ST Santa Barbara. We are catering assessment, competency assessment for domestic work NC2. So halos lahat ng mga nakanda namin ng assessment, in the previous weeks, halos lahat Saudi Arabia po yung punta nila, kasi kaka-open pa lang ng Hong Kong, So halos lahat ng nagpapa-assess dito, sa Provincial Training Center, yung mga OFWs bound for Saudi Arabia, specific sa domestic work. And kasi nasa community quarantine level tayo na MECQ, per our TESDA circular, yung allowed lang na makapag-conduct ng assessment is domestic work and situ. No? Sa GCQ pa tayo allowed to conduct assessment under po sa ibang mga qualifications.
So in follow-up po ma'am, is there any chance na in-expedite po ba ngayon yung online assessment lalo na po doon sa mga OFWs?
Come again, sir?
Inline po doon sa unang tanong po, kasi nagtatanong dito si Romeo from Filcom from Saudi Arabia. Nagtatanong po kung is there any chance na talagang ini-expedite ang yung online assessment, especially po sa mga OFWs. Maliban po doon sa sinabi ninyo, no, yung household, ano ba yun? Household in situ.
Okay, sir. No? So, na-present ko kanina, sir, yung O-plan, no, ng TESDA, no? Under po sa Tibet New Normal. So, isa po sa mga layunin, no, yung pag-conduct ng online assessment. However, no, may mga consultations pa po yun, no? Hindi po siya madali kasi one of our trainers, no, dito sa PTC Iloilo, nag-attend siya ng mga webinars namin, no? And they were asked kung talaga bang feasible, no? Posible ba na i-conduct yung online assessment? Pero may mga selected lang na mga qualifications, but hopefully po sana lahat po, no, pwedeng makapag-undergo na ng online assessment. But it is one of the goals of our agency po, no, to conduct this online assessment.
Thank you po. Kahit pa paano po, ISDA is working on it, no? Nabibigyan po ng hope yung ating mga OFW po. Thank you, Ma'am Sheila.
Salamat din po, sir.
Mayroon po pong isang follow-up na question, ma'am, mula po kaya ulit kay Dr. Desabay Baring, no? Doresa. Sir, can you shoot your own question to Ma'am Sheila? Sir Jose, Dr. Jose? Kano po magtanong, sir?
Yeah, thank you, Ma'am, for your time and expertise. And we always appreciate the initiatives and programs of technical and vocational sa atin. Kasi marami talagang natutulungan. So yung question ko po kanina is it TESDA supporting tech book schools, particularly government institutions in terms of funding po?
Yes, sir. In fact po, sir, TESDA offers, no, scholarship programs, no. As we all know, TESDA's mandate is to conduct training and then conduct national competency assessment. However, no, there are those who cannot afford, no. So that's why yung pinaka-goal ni TESDA is inclusive technical education and skills development. That's why TESDA offers scholarship programs. And one of these scholarship programs na ino-offer ng TESDA na may connect po siya sa mga issues is the UACT or the Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education Act. No? So in that case, yung mga students natin, no, under the diploma program meaning first year, no, to third year, kasi level 5 yung diploma program, and after that pwede sila makapag-proceed sa fourth year kung saan naka-MOA yung kanilang technical, yung kanilang Tibet training institution, no, kung saang SUC nakapag-MOA, no, pwede sila doon mag-proceed ng fourth or fifth year of education nila. So under our UACT, libre po ang training, libre yung assessment. They are entitled to 5,000 pesos na book allowance per semester. And then may mga PPE allowance for the purchase, no, of their personal protective equipment, especially yung mga face mask, face shield, no. And then also they are entitled to living allowance of 160 pesos per day. And then on top of that, no, pagka-graduate nila, they will be given this starter toolkits. Now, for example, nag-training sila sa SMAW NC1 or NC2 sa welding, no? So they will be given the welding machines, no, for their startup na employment.
Thank you for that,
And then,
Ma'am Che.
marami pa pong scholarship yung TESDA, sir.
How about, Ma'am, ano po, funding for incubation centers like for food production and development
For
in
incubation centers,
in rural areas?
okay.
We knew
So
that
yung funding
we
po
are plenty of resources.
for incubation centers, I think yung mga TESDA institutions natin, no, in other regions, meron nang na put up ng mga incubation centers, but mga ano yun, parehas kagaya sa amin na training centers na under sa TESDA. Okay, so for the information of everyone, under the leadership of our secretary, no, si Director General Isidro Lapetña, nakapag-create po yung TESDA ng 54 additional provincial training centers, no, sa buong Pilipinas. So para po ma-cater yung mga needs ng ating mga kababayan, especially po doon sa mga malalayong lugar. Okay, that's why nag-put up po ng mga provincial training centers, and then yung mga incubation centers po sa mga communities is also part po ng mga initiatives, no, ng TESDA, especially under the leadership of our secretary. If you could also try to browse, no, or surf, no, through the web under sa www.tesda.gov.ph. Doon po ninyo makikita yung mga programs, mga initiatives ni TESDA. Meron po dyan, makita kayo yung mga incubation centers.
Thank you, Ma'am. Ma'am Sida, thank you for the insights from the TESDA office. Okay.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Sheila, for sharing with us the different programs of TESDA. At this time, you will receive a certificate of appreciation for sharing with us your time, knowledge, and expertise as resource speaker during the international webinar on technology transfer and management, outbound, inbound strategies, held on August 27, 2021 via Zoom. So to follow lang, ma'am, ang certificate nga may signature na ni Sir Moyong. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Ma'am She, thank you so much. Appreciated po.
Thank you, ma'am, sir.
And finally, we are now on the introduction of our last but not the least speaker.
Saving the best for last, no?
Our last, but not the least speaker of this event, will share management approach in the technology-based local workplace. He is a former OFW leader and advocate in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, for more than 33 years. He is now permanently residing in the Philippines. He established E. Constantino's Farm Corporation in 2018, a family-owned and operated farm business located in Pantahin 2, Maragondon, Cavite. He envisioned while promoting his love for Philippine agriculture is to help overseas Filipino workers discover and appreciate the worthwhile simplicity of farming. His persistence and necessary efforts has earned his pharma certification from the Extension and Training Arm of the Department of Agriculture. D. Constantino's Farm Corporation is now an agricultural training institute, certified this year 2021, as learning site for agriculture in Cavite, Region 4A. He is fondly called OFW-turned-farm owner. Guests and participants, presenting to you our last speaker, Mr. Rainy P. Constantino.
Sir Rani, good afternoon po. Would you like to share the screen?
Yes, sir.
Sige po.
Let me share.
Okay, ayan na po, sir.
Okay, thank you. Hindi pa po yan ang conclusion. Okay. Sir Dean, is my audio sounding clear enough?
Sound loud and clear po, sir. Go ahead po.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Well, actually, first thing first, I would like to thank everyone for patiently waiting for this last topic. Believe me, it is I took it. It is my advantage kasi I have all the luxury of going overtime. But first thing first, I would like to recognize Dr. Herman G. Gage, Dr. Raul Muyong, and all my co-presenter again and again. Being an OFW, I would like, if you permit me, to recognize all my former colleague, Director General of OCL, Sir Benny Legaspi, Director of Education, Continuous Education, Sir Romy Kapili, and Sir June, and actually, ang ating magiting na si Sir Dean, nakasama ko rin yan sa Jeddah before I voluntarily avail my early retirement to come back to Philippines and start the new modern farming. So once again, my topic for today is a combination of skills and agricultures. Kasi as you could see, this is, I would like to welcome you to the Constantino Farm Corporation. The Constantino Farm Corporation ay 33 years in the making. Can you imagine that? 33 years in the making. I spent half of my life building, preparing to build this farm. Kaya yung lahat ng ating na-absorb from Sir Benny, Romy, Sir June, at sa ating mga Dr. Rene, at kay Ma'am Sheila, how to equip us to make us a good skill OFW while you are still, while you are in the overseas arena, and when you come back, lahat po yan ay pinagdaanan ko. So, ang aking pong i-share sa inyo is one of the key ideas ng ating webinar na ngayon. Dito po pinakita ang key ideas is all about TOT, yung tinatawag na TOT, Transferring of Technology. And yung MOT, which is the Management of Technology. Lahat ng ito po ay ina-adapt ko ngayon sa aking farm. Whereas, we also set vision sa ating farm. Our mission, our mission is to provide complete profitable service to farmers and OFWs. Get communities involved in the process. Why I had to say that one? Kasi po, I have experience being an OFW. Again, I would like to acknowledge also one of our great doctors from Bahrain. I spent 17 years in Bahrain before I moved to Saudi Arabia in 2002. So, nakaka-relate po ako sa lahat ng inyo pong mga inquiry. So again, the mission of the farm is to provide complete profitable service to farmers and OFW to get communities involved in the process. What is our vision? Our vision is to be the foundation of modern farming success in the Philippines. To be the foundation of modern farming in the Philippines. So with this vision, I need to equip and acquire all the modern practice. I can only do that through the help of Department of Agriculture. So dito po ay aking share sa inyo the importance of getting accreditation as a learning site, being a farmers. In fact, the Constantino Farm is the first certified learning site this year in Region 4. And to become a learning site, you had to really comply to all those high technical agricultural modules. E-learning is a combination of virtual, face-to-face learning. At ito po yung nakuha ng farm. Ako mismo, hands-on po kasi ako sa farm, ako po talaga ang nag-train under ATI guidelines. Kaya po ang aking, we are pleased to share with you that this year we are the first certified learning site in Region 4 na we are being marked as a integrated, diversified. Meaning to say, hindi lamang po isa yung aming ginagawa sa farm, no, na which we are going to share a different way sa inyo, no, kasi po just a bit of sharing, especially this pandemic, the only things that stand strong this day, up to this day, maybe you could argue with me, but I am speaking on my own experience. The only things that is standing strong is agriculture sector. The first worry noong pumutok po ang pandemic, 2020 March, is how we could have enough food supply. So the main issue, even up to now, is food security. And who will provide food security? Saan manggagaling yon? From the agricultural sector. Combination of crops, livestock. So ngayon, we need to level up. I need to level up. I need to apply what I have learned. Kasi po, my background in Middle East, ako po ay in the field of engineering. I am a marketing consultant engaged in mining, in Aramco. I believe one of the technical school in Bahrain, I have supplied the latest equipment involved in automation in welding machine. So ito po ngayon, ito po yung ina-adapt ko, yung management. And through this certification under the guideline ng ATI, na-set po natin ang modern farming. Na ito po yung mga following business model na ginagawa natin. Ano? Ang business model po natin na ginagawa ngayon ay yung, as you could see, ang ating pong goat farming ay inilevel up na po natin. We want, the Constantino farm want to enhance the genetic quality or modality ng isang goat. When you speak goat, first thing that comes to your mind is what? Pulutan. Di ba? But there are more to it. Kasi yung ating kambing in a traditional way, ito po ay nakatali lang. And that the native goat will not go more than 30 kilo. Kasi ang genetic characteristic niya, kahit pakainin mo siya ng pakainin, hanggang doon na lang siya. Hindi siya competitive. Kasi 30 kilo, kapag yan po ay tinanggal mo na pag yan po ay pinrasis mo na sa meat, tatanggalin mo yung internal niya, yung mga skin niya. Kung siya ay 30 kilo, 50% niyan waste na. No? So ngayon, ang ginagawa po natin ay i-enhance natin yan, magko-crossbreeding tayo. We will have to enhance the genetic characteristic ng native goat. How? By using a pure breed back. Yung pumbak, yan yung barako. No? Let me just show you. Ito po yung sinasabi ko. No? Can you see here in this picture? This is the actual photos. Saan nyo po alin po dyan yung native? Ang native po ay yung pinakamaliit. Can you imagine? Ang inaalaga, ang dinevelop po natin sa farm ay ito pong malalaki. Ito pong malaki na katabi ng maliit, yan po yung bower from Australia na it can weigh up to 100 kilo. Can you imagine? 100 kilo. Saka yung nakakita ng kambing na 100 kilo. Meron po tayo yan. No? At ito po naman pangalawa, ito naman po yung tinatawag nating do. Ibig sabihin, yan po yung inahin. No? Nagagamitin natin pang crossbreed. If I go back here, wait po, medyo nagkakaroon ng technical difficulties ito nga.
Forward, back po sir, back po ng slides.
Mas forward yata tayo
Nag-forward po kayo. Yung arrow.
Go back, sir. Sandali.
Yan. Po. Yan. Isa pa.
Okay. Isa pa. Kasi kailangan kong bumalik doon sa site. Yan dito. So ngayon, kung makikita nyo, yung first state ng breeding natin is a combination ng native. Kasi yung native, i-crossbreed natin doon sa pure breed na from Australia. No? Ang genetic quality ng native, although siya ay maliit, siya po ay nagbibigay ng maraming anak na bisiro. At the same time, yung native natin ay malaki ang resistensya niya sa weather atmosphere conditions sa Pilipinas. Kaya makikita nyo, ang ating mga native goat, nakatali lang yan o naka-free-range lang yan sa mga rice field. Umulan, umaraw, wag lang daanan ng lasing, buhay yan. No? Totoo yan. Kasi po ako, I'm from Cavite, and then, i-crossbreed natin siya sa Boer, which is big, more meat, and more milk. So the first chemistry will be developed. At pag first birth niyan ay yung tinatawag nating F1. Na siya ay hindi na native, na siya ay 50% pure and 50% native. So what is the second stage? Na-develop na tayo. And then ito po, pag nag-mature yung F1 na babae, na inahin, siya po ay ipibreed natin sa another Boer. Hindi pwede yung unang Boer. Kailangan ibang Boer. No? So ngayon, again, i-crossbreed natin siya. At pag may nanganak na babae, F2 na po yan. 75% pure and 25% native. What does it mean? Why this is important? Kasi po, ang bisiro ng native, pag pinanganak ay 1.5 kilo lang. Bisiro yun, ha? Pero makikita nyo mamaya, as we develop the goat, sila po ay lumalaki, pati yung bisiro. Yung F1, pag nanganak ng F2, ang kanila pong mga bisiro ay triple ng kanilang weight. No? So, pinapakita po dyan na kung ang ating pong goat ay madidevelop natin na magiging competitive sa market, na yung ating mga farmers, kahit sila mga backyard, kahit yung mga commercial, want to engage in commercial, the same breeding process ang pinapalo if you want to engage in meat production sa goat. Again and again, hindi po ito para sa dairy. Iba po kasi ang breed para sa dairy, yung mga ginagatasan. Ito po, Boer, ay for meat production. Pinapalaki po natin ang breed ng mga kambing as they progress. Kaya makikita nyo dito, ito po yung actual picture ng ginawa ko, yung ginawa natin sa Constantino. Ito po yung mga makikita nyo dyan, na yung F1, yan yung first breeding product natin, yung native to Boer. No? And then, hihintay natin, kasi 1 year ang maturity ng F2, ng bawat inahin. Until such time, makakita tayo ng F3. Kaya yung mga kambing na makikita nyo dyan, they don't look like native goat. Sila po ay upgraded na. Meaning to say, ready na tayo na makipag-compete sa market na hindi na malulugi ang mga backyard racer or goat breeder. No? So again, dyan ko po pinapakita how we are actually improving yung goat breeding program natin. Ito yung native, yung pinakamaliit, at ito po yung eventually magiging breed na ng mga goat sa atin. No? And then, ito po yung mga actual picture sa farm. Nakikita nyo po, ito po yung mga Boer. Ito po yung mga, ako po rin na nagbibreed ng Boer to Boer para hindi na tayo mag-import sa Australia. We have successfully developed how to climatize yung mga Boer coming from Australia. Sila po ay 100% pure. Na-climatize na sila sa Pilipinas. Kaya yung right timing ng importation ay very crucial. Kailangan dumating sila ng hindi tag-ulan. Kailangan ang meeting nila hindi tagulan. Kailangan ang kanilang pagkain is systematic. As well as those F1 na sinabi ko nga sa inyo kanina. No? What else? Ito po yung actual pictures ng F2. 75% bowel na sila. As you could see, very visible yung pagkakaiba nila, yung kanila pong mga tainga, ang malalaki pa sa mukha nila. Yan yung po yung mga marking identification. No? At yung kanilang mga size ay mas malaki pa, ay mas malalaki sa native. No? So ito po yung actual na pinapakita natin how we do that. Kasi po sila ay hindi basta lang makikita nyo later on kung paano ko sila dinevelop. No? May mga quarantine din ginagawa yan. Ano po? No? May mga quarantine din po tayong ginagawa dyan pag bago po sila. Ano? So ito po yung first module lang. One module under this ATI program, yung pagiging learning site. Kasi po as a learning site, dito ko po ituturo yung proper way of modern farming when it comes to first module, which is the goat. No? And you know, goat is the most safest, one of the safe red meat among meat. Less cholesterol po siya. Wala rin siyang religious taboo, which is very, very ideal when we start to engage in export. When I say religious taboo, everybody can eat shibon meat. The international code for goat meat is shibon. Shibon meat is acceptable mainly for our Muslim brethren, Hindu, Buddhist. Lahat po sila ay pwedeng kumain yan. And what is the value of these things, what we are talking? Enormous. Kaya po hindi tayo nakakakita ng have you been in the wet market? When you go to meat market, in the wet market, what the things that you normally see na nakalatag sa table? Chicken, beef, pork. Have you seen goat meat?
Yun nga sir eh. Ba't hindi?
Wala. Dahil nga hindi competitive. Maraming nadi-discourage ng mga local farmers kapag kinatay na nila yung kambing, wala nang natitirang laman. Binabarat na sila. So ngayon, ito yung gusto nating itulong. Ito ay in the area of backyard farming. How much more if you want to develop these things in the commercial program? Another question. Do you know the population of goat in the Philippines?
Walang ideya, sir.
But do you know the population of Philippines? 110 million and is still counting. And the population of goat in the Philippines, in the survey given to us, is in 2019 is less than 4 million. Can you imagine the opportunity?
Baba, no? Baba.
Right? This is only goat. Sila po, bago sila ay meron silang kanya-kanyang nutritionist. Hindi po sila pwedeng nasa kakulungan lang. Kapag tagulan, hindi po sila pwedeng mag-grazing dahil makakakain sila ng mga worm that make them bloated na mamamatay agad. Kaya pinag-aralan po yan with the guidance ng ating Department of Agriculture. Hindi basta pinapakain ng damo. May mga proper legumes, may mga proper concentrated feeds for them to develop. May mga proper cycle ng kanilang pagbibreed at saka panganganak. So this is, kaya sabi ko nga sa inyo, I have spent 33 years in the Middle East learning the arts of all the latest technology, whether it's in automation, engineering. I have done that work together with our earlier guests. Si Congressman Benny Legaspi ng OCL, si Sir Romy Capili, si Sir June. Sila po yung mga kasama ko. We are preparing all our OFW because walang forever na OFW. 33 years ako early retirement ako para bumalik ng Pilipinas. And look at now, pandemic. Again, I want to share it with you. Pandemic, everything stopped. Anyway, moving forward, this is one more business model, yung goat farming. What is the next business model ng the Constantino Farm in the modern art? Okay. One is, kasi po, ang ginagawa ng the Constantino Farm, all our livestock had to complement each other. Why chicken? Ito po yung mga chicken na to, ito po hindi native. Again, I'm not against with native. Pero, again and again, we had to innovate. Kailangan natin ma-modernize ang farming. Ang ating pong pinapakita dito ay climatized, pure breed, Rhode Island Red, yung mahogany ang color. Sila po ay originally coming from America na they produce dual po ang kanilang purpose. Sila po ay for egg at saka egg production and meat production. No? Sila po ay hindi nagpo-produce ng egg dahil sa kinain nilang, dahil sila hindi na-produce ang egg, hindi dahil sa feeds na normally na ginagawa sa commercial, yung mga puti. Sila po ay nag-produce ng egg because there is a mating, breeding that took place. Ang ratio po na ginagawa ko dyan, 1 rooster, 10 hen. We had to wait for 6 months for them to start breeding. After 6 months, sila po ay magme-mate at ang kinakain nila ay mga 90% damo. And damo, legumes, are very abundant in the Philippines. Walang gastos. Yung mga antibiotic nila is out of malunggay juice. Kaya siya po ay hindi lang organic, but rather siya po ay fertile. When I say fertile, the egg has an embryo already. Kaya pag kinain ng isang natin, ay magbibigay ng nutrient content. No? So ito po yung gusto nating i-develop. Huwag lang tayong manatili sa native. Kasi sooner or later, matatalo tayo ng mga commercial chicken. Kaya ngayon pa lang, ini-introduce na namin ito in a modern way. No? Meron po silang monitoring din. Yung handling. Yung egg had two purpose. You could use these things para ma-hatch. Itinuturo rin po dyan kung paano ang proper hatching, incubation. No? At pag na-incubate, ang isang sisiw ay pwede nang maging source of livelihood ng isang backyard residence. Especially, alam nyo ba kung ilan ang area required ng manok? 200 square meter. Enough for one residence in the backyard. Especially this pandemic, kailangan maging self-sufficient tayo. At ito yung mga ini-introduce natin na after 6 months, sila po ay magpo-produce na. Magpo-produce na yan ang magpo-produce ng egg. And as they develop, sila po ay mas malaki. Ang isang rooster weigh 5 kilo. So malaki po ang opportunity dyan. Ano? What else? Baka. Again, yung pong mga baka na to ay mga product ng AI, artificial insemination. Yan. Yung mga baka natin, para makapag-produce tayo ng right body weight ng isang bisiro, yan po ay artificial insemination. Yan po yung nakuha natin sa ating partnership sa ATI, Department of Agriculture. Yung Department of Agriculture po ay nagpo-provide ng mga ganyang program. Insemination sa baka, sa baboy, pero hindi pwede naman sa manok. Hindi po pwede sa manok. No? So ito po yung isa sa ating mga ini-introduce na as we need to start with 1 or 3, ito po yung kukumpleto. Kaya sa farm, kahit nag-lockdown, ay napaka-safe po dyan. No? What else? Rabbit. Okay, now rabbit. Dito sa Pilipinas, nung dumating 2019, last year, 2020, 2019, 2020, nagkaroon ng ASF. Ano ba yung ASF? ASF is African Swine Fever. All the major hog raiser site ay nag-close down. Nag-close down. So ngayon, we had to really come up what is the best alternative replacement of pork. And we, the Department of Agriculture, come up with solution. Ito nga yung rabbit. Okay, yung pong inaalagaan sa The Constantino Farm na rabbit ay hindi po native. Ito po yung mga Flemish giant. As you could see in the pictures, ako po ay nagbi-breed for meat production. Ito po yung mga Flemish giant na sila po ay lumalaki ng malaki pa sa aso. Noong una, hindi ako maniwala. Since sila po ay lumalaki ng malaki pa sa aso, very ideal for meat production. Sila po ang i-crossbreed natin sa mga upgraded na rabbit na na eventually sila ay magagamit natin na pang meat. Kaya ngayon, very popular na, it's becoming very popular yung rabbit meat. Alam nyo ba, ang rabbit is one of the easiest management that we could do. Kasi ang rabbit, again, complement each other. Ang kinakain nga, mga damo din, yung mga napier, para grass, 90%. Ang kinakain lang nila, 25 grams na pellets na same na kinakain ng manok, na kinakain din ng kambing. Na yung mga damo, kinakain din ng aking mga kambing, ng aking mga manok, kaya walang management interruption. So sila po, in 6-month time, pag nag-breed na sila, nanganganak yan within 6 months. At pag nanganak na sila ng 6 months, every month manganganak ang rabbit. At ang anak ng rabbit, first cycle ay 6. Ito nga yung aking mga rabbit. Second cycle, magkakaroon na kayo ng 10, 12. Kaya kasabihan nga, para ka ng rabbit, mabilis kang manganak. So in the production, backyard, especially now pandemic, hindi nyo kailangan ng malaking area. Iyan po yung tinuturo ko. We are allowing student farmers want to engage in rabbit, goat, chicken to learn the modern way of farming sa management. No? So again and again, iyan po yung complete ng ating business model. And now okay. So, ang ating pong farm, eto na po tayo. Since na tayo po ay hindi naman backyard, lumipat, masyadong sensitive. Ito po yung actual pictures ng ating farm. Kasi po, kailangan ang ating mga goat ay meron silang sariling goat house. Bakit kailangan ng sariling goat house? Bakit kailangan merong quarantine area? Bakit kailangan may grazing area? Bakit kailangan may hospital? Pag may mga bago pong mga livestock na dumadating sa farm, they had to be put in a quarantine building. Doon po natin i-assess na yung ating mga hayop are not carrier from any form of disease. 30 days sila doon. At pagkatapos po nilang ma-quarantine, then they will have to be transferred to doon sa grazing area, no? For at least 1 week. Bago sila i-transfer doon sa general population ng goat house. So yung goat house po natin ay dyan sila, yan po ay well-structured, kailangan po elevated. Diyan ko po nagamit ang aking engineering profession. Basically, I'm a civil. So ako po nag-design ng lahat ng yan, kahit po nagbagyo, nagbulkan, naglindol, ang ating po mga livestock na inaalagaan ay well secured. Yung security and safety nila. Then, ang kanilang pong pagkain ay scheduling din. Hindi yung kagaya ng ginagawa sa backyard, itatali lang, bahala ka na. Mabuhay ka o hindi, basta babalikan kita before sunset. Ito po dito, merong systematic way. Pag nasa goat house sila, hindi po sila pwedeng bumaba before 10. Why? Dahil ang paligid, ang damo, merong hamog. So after 10, sila babalik sa kanilang goat house. No? And then kakain sila hindi ng mga corn silage. Mamaya ipapakita ko sa inyo yan. Ano? Okay, what else? Ito po yung mga facilities. Kaya ito po yung nais natin ipakita. No, now, as you could see, sila po ay very ideal sa agri-farm educational tourism. Diyan na po papasok ang another program natin. No? Tumatanggap din na po tayo, sina tayo po ay accredited na, certified na as a learning site. Tumatanggap na rin po tayo ng mga OJT student. No? Na sila dyan ay mag-immerse po sila dyan. Ipapakita natin ang proper structures, management and everything. Proper facilities. Hindi lamang kagaya ng backyard na meron kang 5 meters sling, tatalian mong kambing, tapos buhay na. After pag mataba-taba na, kakatayin na, pampiesta. What else? Okay, ang farm facilities po natin, again and again, the farm is equipped with all the modern facilities. Ito po yung multipurpose building natin where we could hold all forms of seminars involved in agriculture development, no? At you could see yung mga yellow, mga orange table na may armrest, yan po ay made of waste material, no? Na yan po kagaya ng ATI, Department of Agriculture, ay meron po tayong partnership sa mga NGO na kagaya ng ating mahal na senador na Bilyar, sila po yung nagbigay ng mga chair na yan under their SIPAG Foundation na ang tinutulungan ay yung mga learning site. No? So we could hold all forms of training, no? Seminars dito, no? Na pati ngayon pwede natin gawin yung mga emergency site sa mga emergency requirement natin, no? Again, our farm practice at the Constantino Farm, we use cost-effective and efficient farming method to reach our goal in providing affordable and wholesome livestock produce. No? And I'm pleased to inform you na kailangan as we continue with our development para makatulong sa ating community and OFW, we have developed our own farm foods. Ito po yung mga farm press harvest na ito po ay homemade pero ang quality ay pang-export. As you could see, we started with these things kasi po lahat ng pinoproduce sa farm ng mga livestock ay napaprocess para magkaroon ng continuity. Sooner or later, ito po ay sa chicken, sa beef, sa pork. Later on, we will be introducing yung rabbit sausage, rabbit is ham. So again and again, ito po ay ginagawa sa mga community under the strict supervision ng ating, kasi po ako ay nag-avail din ng under ATI nung farm business school. Yung po yung mga privilege na nakukuha natin when we engage in the modern farming, no? Again, what is our current challenge? Everybody will agree with me that the current challenge right now is the global pandemic. Kaya natutuwa ako, Sir Din, thank you for putting me in the end. Kasi what I have learned, what I have witnessed rather, as an OFW people 2 years ago, ay sooner or later, babalik ka sa ating bansa. At ngayong pandemic, whether you are engineer, you are a pilot, everything shut down. And everybody, kaya nagkaroon ng programa ang ating gobyerno, yung balik probinsya. Kaya sinustain nyo ng Department of Agriculture, paano mo mababalikin sila sa probinsya kung wala silang gagawin? Ay malalaki ang mga idle land. So kailangan, go back to agriculture. You want modern farming, you want crops, lahat po yan ay natututunan sa ating Department of Agriculture. At ako nga ay isa sa mga active participant in helping to secure our food security during pandemic and beyond. No? Walang nagagawa. Face to face, hindi po pwede. We are in the third wave. Puro lockdown. So ngayon, anong dapat natin gawin? We have the solution. E-commerce. Ano ba ibig sabihin ng e-commerce? Dito na papasok ang lahat ng natutunan natin. Ako, natutunan ko yung mga technical things that I have learned. Ito po yung unang-una, technologies, yung pong ang Department of Agriculture in Region 4 and all the region are the same strategy ang pinapalakad. Lahat po ng program na yan ay pwedeng appeal ng mga returning OFW at yung mga OFW na naandyan pa, you could prepare your coming back to Philippines. You start learning. May mga available po na seminars, module, how you could start your hydroponic, aquaponic. Available po yan lahat. Free. And over the year, you are an OFW for 20 years, I'm sure you have a lot of saving. You have acquired some land. And then 1 month ka lang nagbabakasyon, hindi mo nakukultivate. Go to Department of Agriculture, approach your local government. Your idle land can be used as a demo farm site. Nakakatulong ko na sa community, pwede ka pang magkaroon ng extra income. Lahat yan ay pinag-aralan po natin sa Department of Agriculture under ATI. ATI sa Agricultural Training Institute, no? Lahat po yan ay libre. One thing, sila po ay may mga blended seminars. Kung kayo nandito sa Pilipinas, yung mga estudyante dyan, OJT, I am willing to absorb you. I am willing to hire you when you later on connectado yan. Ano? Now, who will nagkaroon po ng joint partnership ang lahat ng ahensya? Bilyar Sipag Foundation. Sila po yung nagpo-provide ng mga, umatindi po kami ng seminar with joint collaboration ng ATI sa domestic animals. 3-day seminar. Or blended. After ng seminar, meron ka ng libreng domestic animal. You want chicken, you want itik, you want native pig or cattle. Libre po na ma-avail, binibigay. You had just to approach. At available din sila online. And next, again and again, TESDA, abot kamay. Paano makakatulong ang farm? Paano ang engagement, partnership ng TESDA, abot kamay lahat. Kasi ang TESDA, again and again, I would like to compliment our honorable Congressman John Bertriz, who happened now as an appointed presidential appointed ni President Duterte as a Deputy Director General ng Linkages and Partnership na concern sa OFW. Those 600,000 ang na-repatriated na, whether they like it or not, dahil sa pandemic. 600,000. Saan dadalhin yun? Karamihan dyan nasa mga probinsya. Kung ang TESDA, again and again, we have this exciting program under TESDA. Ang ating pong farm, isa na lang ang aking submittal. We will be part of the economic recovery at pagtulong sa OFW. How? Ang TESDA offering different kinds of skills. Yung pong sinabi ni Director Romy, ni Ma'am, pero wala pa sa agriculture. Anong gagawin dyan? Tulad ko, TESDA. Pagkatapos nila ng magkaroon, kasi nga allowed na ang blended eh. Yung online, tapos ang last part ay face-to-face. Kung ang skill na kinuha nyo sa TESDA ay dressmaking, after ng inyong training ay bibigay sa inyo ng TESDA ay sewing machine, right? Dito sa farming naman, may mga starter kit din kami, propose pa lang to, ay kung ay bibigyan namin kayo ng starter kit as a proposal pa lang to ha, ng set of pair of goat na pag-uwi nyo, meron na kayong uumpisahan. Pag-uwi nyo, meron na kayong set ng manok na after 6 months, manganganak. Ganon din ang rabbit. Can you imagine? Lahat tayo ay nakakapagtulong-tulungan. And then another thing, one of the things that we should not forget ay yung ating local tourism. Pandemic hit hard lahat ng industry, especially local tourism. Ang local tourism, never before nag-offer sila ng service na about agritourism tour package. Kasi dito sa agritourism, may mga different sector dito. Yung mga schools, yung mga excursion. From toddler, pwede silang i-introduce sa mga yung mga rabbit na maliliit. Kasi marami tayong makikita, and the most safe place to have to repress ay yung mga open area tulad ng farm. Kaya ang The Constantino ay nakipag-partnership dyan sa ATI, sa Bilasipag, sa TESDA, at now ngayon sa mga travel and agency, kagaya nga ng ating Lady of Holy Rosary. Na kanina naandyan yung may-ari, si Miss Divine. Si Miss Divine, Espiritu, can you imagine? Pangalan pala niya talaga mapapagkatiwalaan. Pati yung kanyang agency. No? So again and again, how we are going to fight COVID. How we are going to fight COVID. Again and again, COVID will stay forever with us. We had to learn to live with COVID. And to do that one, we need to take an extra measure. No? Kailangan sa farm namin, we practice a very strict biosecurity. No? Na hindi ka pwedeng basta pumasok. Na lahat yan ay modern technology. Na ito rin, kailangan yung farm, agricultural farm had to adopt the modern, safe method of farming. And in conclusion, mga kasama, I would like to take this opportunity that tomorrow, please watch our farm. Sila, ang farm po under Agripreneur episode ng GMA 7 will be featured yung episode ng farm. Bukas po yan, I would like to invite you to watch Agripreneur. Ang mapipicture po dyan ay ang The Constantino Farm, 5:30 in the morning. Please watch. At again and again, I would like to thank you for giving me this time to share with you what I have learned para makatulong sa ating lahat, especially during this pandemic. And with that, God bless and let's all stay safe.
Thank you, Sir Rani. Sabi ko na nga ba no? Saving the
Thank you, sir. Thank you po.
Thank you, Sir Rani. Sa mga gusto po mag-inquire kung paano po mag-alaga ng kambing o gusto pong mag-inquire dito sa modern farming method ni Serani, you can send message to him and you can also visit the website the Constantino Farm, no, sa Facebook. Serani, meron lang pong isang katanungan galing po kay Ma'am Annalie ng faculty po rito sa ISAT. Nagtatanong lang po siya kung halimbawa, is there any required land area for a certain number of goats?
Yes. Well, ideally, again and again, ang ideal, ang pinaka-ideal, no? Pinaka-ideal ay at least 1 hectare sa goat, ha? Why? Kasi kailangan mo ma-plot.
Ilang pairs po ng goat?
Kasi again and again, wag muna natin tingnan yung goat. Kailangan yung pagpa-plotting ng iyong mga structures. According to your, tulad ng, kasi ang isang goat required 2 by 2 square meter. Ang isang goat. Again, depende sa design. Sa design. Yung mga nakita nyo kanina, yung structure ko, twin, di ba? Para siyang duplex. Yun ay 480 square meter na can accommodate around 500. Again and again, you don't have to do that one. Ang aking pinoproject dito is yung proper management ng pagkakambing. You had to first think, ano bang gusto mong kambing? Is it for dairy or is it for milk?
Okay.
Kailangan ma-identify mo yon. O kaya lang, kung ang gusto mo lang naman, kambing, local, ay pwede rin kitang turuan ng proper handling.
Okay po sir, napaka-informative po nung topic po nila ngayon. Sir, isang tanong na lang po sir, si Dr. Dorisa po, no? Ano po yung sir, magbigay na po kayo ng isang obstacles na na-encounter po nila and how did you cope?
Maganda yan. Okay. One of the biggest challenge in livestock, there are 2 seasons dito sa atin, di ba? There are 2 seasons in our country. Rainy at saka sa terrible heat. Di ba? Kambing. Pagdating sa kambing, pag tag-araw, walang damo. Paano ka mag-grazing? Paano ka mag-grazing? Walang, the whole area is turned into brown.
Yes, sir.
Di ba? Turn into brown. How you will, if you have 400 goat?
Gardening.
How you could sustain? Then you have to think. Now, kaya kailangan, sinabi ko nga sa inyo, hindi mo na dapat kambing ang pag-uusapan. Ang pag-uusapan ay yung inyong area, how you are going to plot your structures. Kailangan isang structures na mag-house ng kambing, number of kambing according to your budget, and then the rest are forage, yung area na pwedeng taniman. No? Para pag tag-araw, taniman mo yung 1 hectare, halimbawa 3 hectare. Yung 1 hectare ay i-plot mo doon yung mga structures. 2 hectares, taniman mo yan, yung 1 hectare, taniman mo ng mais. Okay, 1 hectare, pag tinaniman mo ng yellow corn, na yellow corn seeds require 20 kg. Again and again, 20 kg of yellow corn seeds. Pag tinanim mo yan sa 1 hectare, it will produce 20 ton. 20 ton of corn. Now, anong gagawin mo sa corn? Paano ipapakain sa kambing? Ang gagawin natin, ang corn kasi, within 60 days, pwede lang i-harvest. Pero, ang i-harvest natin yan, the whole bunch, hindi lang yung bunga. Alright? So, lahat ng puno, tatabasin mo, Ngayon, i-chop natin. Kailangan kami chopping machine. I-chop mo yan. Pagka-chop mo yan, kukolektahin mo, gagawin mong corn silage. Ano ba yung ibig sabihin ng corn silage? Ito yung pagbuburo ng mais. Na yung mais, paano gagawin yan? Again, buro, no? Ilalagay mo sa isang bag, container. Iba-vacuum mo yan. Ba-vacuum mo. Bakit kailangan i-vacuum? To press hard, to keep the freshness ng nutrient na naando sa mais. Kasama yung lahat ng dahon. Iba-vacuum mo yan. There are two process. Natural forage, corn silage, yung walang, yung iba kasi sinasamahan ng molasses. Sasamahan mo ng molasses. Ang problema dyan, kailangan, hindi lang sa plastic mo ilalagay yan. Plastic na tapos may plastic drum ka pa. Pag nilagyan mo ng molasses, may mix mo pa yan. Pagka-mix mo yan, then, vacuum pack mo, sealed yung container. Para saan yan? Para saan yan? Kasi yung corn silage can be stored at 1 year. Pagdating ng tagulan o may tag-araw, meron ka nang ipapakain. Kuha nyo?
Thank you, sir. O ayan, mga kaklase ko dyan sa DIT, nabibigyan na tayo ng ideya ni sir sa ating dissertation, no? Salamat, Sir Rani, sa yung very informative topic po ngayon. We appreciate much po sa effort po nila na may rating po yung knowledge about agriculture po. Thank you so much, Sir Rani.
Okay. So thank you so much, Sir Rani P. Constantino, for sharing with us your TOT and your MOT, the transferring of technology and management of technology in the Constantino farm. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you po.
So at this moment, we will give you the certificate of appreciation to Sir Rani P. Constantino for sharing his time, knowledge, and expertise as a resource speaker during the international webinar on technology transfer and management, outbound and inbound strategies, held in August 27, 2021 via Zoom. Okay, sir, to follow lang ang my signature ng certificate. Thank you, sir. So next is the DIT students, the organizer of this international webinar, would like to express our deepest gratitude to our first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth speakers for sharing their valuable time, knowledge, and expertise to all of us. Thank you so much. So before we'll proceed to the next number, we are reminding our participants to please fill up the evaluation form. The evaluation form sheet found in the chat box. Upon completion of the form, you will receive your e-certificate in your email. So ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, we will proceed to the awarding of e-certificates to our participants and facilitators. Okay, so certificate of participation is given to our participants for attending the international webinar on technology transfer and management, outbound inbound strategies. And another certificate of appreciation is given to our facilitators for unselfishly sharing time and expertise as facilitator during the international webinar on technology transfer and management, outbound inbound strategies. So ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, we will proceed to the closing remarks of Dr. Domenico Sergi O. Valenciana, the coordinator of CIT Advanced Education Program ISAT Iloilo City Campus. Sir?
Sir, nakamute, sir. Sir Serge, nakamute ka, sir.
Sir Serge, nakamute ka, sir.
Okay, okay na.
Okay na, sir.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. We have come to an end of the webinar on technology transfer and management inbound and outbound strategies. In behalf of the MIT DIT Graduate Studies, we would like to thank our invited guest who has graced this international webinar. To the participants, you've heard our speakers talking on several topics such as insights on technology-based skills of Filipino expatriates from one of the top skilled labor importer countries, sustaining technology-based skills for current employment, future reintegration, management approach in technology-based multinational workplace, current trends and practice offered with the technology-centered academy, sustaining technology-based skills through local and national programs, and management approach in the technology-based local workplace. With those very interesting information, the CIT Graduate School would like to thank you all for sharing your valuable time with our IT students, and rest assured that you would have heard what they have heard regarding various technical basic based topics this afternoon will surely add to the repertoire in the various field of specialization. I would like to close the seminar with a message coming from Elim Goodman, and I quote, "There is a trick to the graceful exit. It begins with the vision to recognize when a job, a life stage, or a relationship is over and let it go. It means leaving what's over without denying its validity or its past importance to our lives. It involves a sense of future, a belief that every time exit line is an entry, that you are moving up rather than out. Mabuhay everyone." To our guest, thank you, sir. Thank you all. And also to the participants and people behind this webinar. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir
Okay.
Serge.
Thank you so much, Sir Valenciana. So before we will end, I am reminding everyone to open their cameras for our photo opportunity. Okay, Sir Dean, do we have, how many panels do we have?
We have 1, 2, 3, 3 panels.
Okay, at this time, everybody please smile.
Close ang pananay.
Please open your webcam.
Open your camera, please.
Ang
Everyone.
screen share na, sir. Screen share.
Dali na, sir. Okay.
Yan.
Okay.
Okay, ready?
First panel.
First panel.
Okay.
Then the second panel. The third panel.
Okay, second panel, ma'am. And the okay. And the third panel.
The third panel.
Okay. So thank you. Thank
you very much, everyone. This is your
Thank
moderator,
you.
Mrs. Femi
Thank you very much.
and Sir Dean.
Thank you,
Caro.
everyone. Thank you.
God bless everyone.
Sir Rani, thank you.
Salamat.
Sir
Thank you so
Romy,
much.
Sir John, Ma'am Sheila. Sir Romy.
Speaker.
Congrats, CIT 115.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Ingat, ingat.
Thank you.